remarkable trauma therapist, as I'm sure you probably already know. And her approach is deeply rooted in understanding the full scope of trauma and its impact on both mind and body. Her work isn't just about addressing symptoms, it's also about creating a safe space, a safe environment that is supportive to allow the healing process to emerge. At Chiron, this ethos really aligns with what we do perfectly, what we strive to achieve every day. Our goal is to provide a holistic, person-centered treatment and care that acknowledges and treats the whole person, not just the isolated issues, and really fostering a healing environment that is both effective and inclusive. Linda brings a deep sensitivity to cultural contexts and ensures that every client's unique experience and history and background is respected and factored into their treatment. I've had the privilege of knowing Linda through Chiron, and she was only with us last week on site giving training to our staff and also teaching our residents. And her work really supports us in following our mission of providing a really comprehensive, empathetic and culturally competent and inclusive treatment to our residents, and really having a deep understanding of each person individually. Linda is passionate about breaking the cycle of transgenerational trauma. She deeply believes in the healing power of coming together in communities, and I think, you know, how you started this morning with the song and bringing all these strangers together in one place and connecting is a demonstration of that. Working at Chiron, we do see the impact of transgenerational trauma, of collective trauma, of systemic trauma, and we also see the impact of that and the burdens that it leaves on individuals. And what we do know is that if we name it, if we address the wounds, those wounds can be healed and be prevented from continuing to be passed on through the generations. Linda's an inspiration to me. We haven't known each other that long, but I don't know if you saw, we were having a giggle before and a connection, and I think that's, you know, a real demonstration of who Linda is. And I feel privileged to have experienced her work firsthand. And it's really through these collaborations with people like Linda that at Chiron we can continue to offer the transformative care that makes a real difference to people's lives. And so now I'd like to invite Linda to take over and share with you her wisdom, her energy, her joy, her compassion, and of course her expertise on the subject of transgenerational trauma. So thank you, Linda.
Thank you, Amber. So I would like to start by decolonising this space, because there is something so very colonial about us all facing in the same direction at the expert in the room. So let us take 5 minutes to perhaps put ourselves into circle or into semicircle so that we can actually be with each other. Thank you, Debbie, for the clap clap. And if you would prefer not to sit in circle, I'm okay with that as well. You could put your seat outside the edge of the circle. Yeah. You can sit on the floor, you can sit on the windowsill.
She says to me, you were here last week, so I'm hard.
Can I take that seat? Only because the camera person would, I think, appreciate if I sat here. And then I'll need a clicker. Okay. Yes, please, Herbie. Beautiful. No, you can sit next to me and you'll be in frame. And the energy in the room just shifted. Yeah. Yes. So I'm going to invite a moment where you can look around the space. Because this, to me, is the juice. It's you getting to know each other. I know that in life we hyper-focus on getting further up. Yeah, and I know for myself, the further I get up in the world, the whiter it becomes. And I will not compete with any of you for the breadcrumbs at the feet of whiteness and colonialism. Yeah? And this is where my part structurally is actually facilitating you all getting to know each other with the simplicity of sitting in a circle. Yeah. And so if it feels okay to have a look and take in the bodies that are in this space, and for folks in the Zoom room, if you want to introduce yourselves into the Zoom space to each other. And then I'm just going to invite us all to reach our arms up. Squeeze and release the hands. Shake the hands. I notice that breath that just emerged. It's a magic yoga teacher hack that when we shake our arms above our heads, that the diaphragm then releases. Yeah. So you might see me throughout the day just like reaching up or placing my hands on my head, and it's just a reminder. Oh, that's, hang on, let me see what I can do. No. I love it when you ask for what you need. We'll need the microphone for other folks, so perhaps if I can hold this like this, and it'll be okay. Okay. Thanks, Herbie, and thank you for asking for what you need. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Yes. So this presentation today is adult children of refugees and immigrants. And I know that many of us here work with refugees and immigrants, and yet I found that in my own healing journey to be able to name that there is something distinct about former child refugees as well as adult children of refugees and immigrants. Our brains are so neuroplastic that as children we assimilate and acculturate very, very quickly, and then as adults we get missed in the world. Our stuff gets missed in the world, and then mental health clinicians don't know. They don't have the training, they don't have the questions, they don't know to ask, and we actually would do anything other than talk about our own histories. Yeah? Yeah. And so just wanted to name that in this space that my presentation will be focused in that direction. And out of curiosity, and we'll just do a stand-up, sit-down, because I know that we don't want to, yeah? And yet standing up and sitting down helps to move the freeziness, yeah? Because for many of us, exposure equals death, yeah? And yet the more that we sit still and face in the same direction, yeah, the more that peri-trauma response begins to kick in, and then we become still and quiet and don't move, and then we become susceptible to a trauma response happening, yeah? And so this is me weaving in aspects of trauma-informed care, and you do not have to if you do not want to. Yeah, you can nod, you can just put up a hand. So who in this space was a refugee as an adult, sought refuge as an adult. What is your name, my friend?
Omar.
Omar. And from where did you... from where were you seeking refuge from?
My home country is Libya, North Africa.
Yes.
They came to the United Kingdom in 1999 and sought asylum, but my case was rejected. Because the immigration judge, he said, you don't have any physical torture on your body.
Would you like to offer a greeting into the space in your language from your people?
So my native language is Arabic, as you would say, salam, which means peace to everyone in the room.
Salam. Salam. Thank you, Omar. Is there anyone here in the space who sought refuge as a child, so under the age of 18? Yeah. Is it okay to ask your name and share some of your story? Would you like to offer a greeting from your language?
Well, my mother tongue is not anymore my first language, so I don't know what to choose, but I would say something with
Say again. Hey. Thank you. I'm a former child refugee from Vietnam. At the end of the Vietnam War, the communists won liberation for the Vietnamese people, and yet that also resulted in much discrimination and oppression. And so my parents sought refuge, and I was 2 years old. My mother was 6 months pregnant with my little sister. We lived in a refugee camp for 6 months before being accepted into Australia. Is there anyone in the space whose parents sought refuge? Yeah. Wonderful. Could we start over here and pass the microphone around? Thank you, Amber. And if you don't wish to speak, you can just say pass.
My name is Daniel, and my mother and father moved from Pakistan to the United States in, I think, 2000.
Thank you, Daniel.
Hi everyone, my name is Mariam. My parents fled from Afghanistan following the Soviet invasion at the end of the 1970s. And yeah, my family are spread all over from Australia to the US to Holland, Germany, UK. My mum's family went to Germany, my dad's family, mainly my grandma and maternal side, to the UK. And then when they got married, my mum moved from Germany to the UK and I was born in London. So.
Thank you, Mariam.
Hi, my name is Darapon. My dad was very similar to yourself, a Lao refugee. So he had a whole family in Laos, a young family, and they all came. They lived in a refugee camp in Thailand for 3 years at the end of the 70s, and they finally sought asylum in the UK. And then they're married. My dad's first marriage broke down, and they all moved sort of around the UK. Then my dad met my mum, who's Thai, and he had a second family. And I'm sort of was born in the 80s, and it's myself and my sister dealing with a lot of his undiagnosed PTSD. And neurodivergence as well. So, but we've only recently connected with his first family, and we're kind of sort of healing through constantly talking about, you know, our past and stuff. But for a long time, we never spoke about it. But yes.
And your name again?
Sorry?
Your name?
Darapon.
Darapon.
Hi, my name is Kirsty. My mother is from Indonesia. And after the Second World War, my grandparents with my mum and her brother had to flee because of wars there. So my mum came to the Netherlands because the Netherlands, Indonesia was a colony of the Netherlands at the time. They actually lived in one of the war camps after the war. And there's pictures of it, and it just looks weird. Because there's my mum on a little tricycle, and there's a little cabin in the back, and there's still barbed wire around. It looks really odd. And then my mum and dad my dad is Dutch, so they met, and there's now 5 of us siblings. And I moved to the UK in 2002.
Thank you, Kirsty. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then, let's see, for the other folks in the space, would you like to name, was there anyone who's a child immigrant or an immigrant as an adult, or whose parents were immigrants? Yes, okay.
I think that's all I was.
Yes, I was born in Morocco, and from Spanish parents. My father was in Morocco for many years. He was not in the military, neither in administration. He had to migrate because of economic issues at the time, so the whole family migrated to Morocco. I clarify that my father was not in the military or in administration because it is important. I mean, he was not part of the colonial structure as such, in terms of officially. I mean, obviously he was allowing the country that it wasn't his, and it was conquered. I would say at the time North Morocco was part of the protectorate of Spain, or territory. Then I lived there until I was, how old was I? 9. Went to Spain. That was my first migration. Then migrated again back to Morocco. Lived there for a couple of years. Back to Spain. Then when I was around 30, I met my partner, and she was Australian. We lived in Madrid for a few years, and then after her father became very sick, so we decided to go to Australia. I expected only to live a couple of years there, but well, what happens is when you have family, it becomes very difficult. So I was stuck there for many years. So I have done several migrations, and yes, I mean, I have been in different situations that may be like refugee-like situations, if you like. But because I was, when I was in Spain, I was really skipping military service, who was compulsory at the time. Then I was part of the opposition to the Franco's regime. I was detained, etc. So there are a number of things that may have made me a bit of escaping from there somehow, and then yeah, I chose to leave. But yes, I have been migrating several times in my life. Yes.
Thank you. Mariano. Yes.
Thanks. Can you hear me okay? Hi everyone, my name's Eileen. So my parents emigrated to Australia from a very small island called Christmas Island in the Indian Ocean, and they originally from Singapore and Malaysia, ethnic Chinese. I guess my migration experience and growing up in Australia and the things we faced at the time has also made me question perhaps what we've internalized, my sisters and I, and not questioned it perhaps not questioned it enough, I think, but questioning it more as we're older, and my parents are older. My father's passed away now. So I'm here for that reason, but also because my work, I treat a lot of people from different backgrounds, and certainly refugees where I work in Perth in Western Australia. So I'm here for a number of reasons. And because I teach and train, I want to, I guess, broaden the experience for the people I'm now teaching and training, and kind of responsible for the next generation, I suppose. So I'm very pleased to be here too. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anne-Marie. I was born in Singapore, like you. All your parents were born in Singapore. You were born, yeah. My parents were also born in Singapore, but my grandparents, my father's Indian and my mother's Chinese. So my father's parents came from India and my mother's parents came from China. And yeah. So growing up, I was mixed, and to top it all, I was very Catholic. My family was very Catholic. And then, within the British colonial system in Singapore also. So, there's that. And I met my partner, and I live in Frankfurt, Germany now. He's German-Austrian, but I did my clinical training here in the UK, and I work a lot with refugees, asylum seekers, torture survivors. So this is my field too, yeah. And I'm very pleased to be here too. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Debbie. I live in the U.S. in Texas. I was born and raised in California. My mom emigrated from the Philippines in 1969. And she was born shortly after the Japanese occupation in the Philippines ended, and only went back to the Philippines once after she left when I was 1 month old in 1972. So, yeah. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Beverly, and I'm here from Suffolk. I was actually born in England, but my parents came here from Jamaica, but they were invited here, and I expressed that they were invited because if you understand the Windrush scandal, their boarding passes and things were destroyed by the Home Office to disguise who came and who didn't came, who were invited to come here to work and to build up England. So when they came, the jobs that they had applied for, actually if I rewind, the Windrush scandal came from a particular ship that arrived in 1948, but my parents came in 1952, post that particular ship. But the scandal became because all of the Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Ghanaians that came from the Caribbean, their paperwork was destroyed because the Home Office wanted to use that to deport people and send them back, which is where the Windrush scandal started from. My parents came here. My mother was a nurse, and my father did mill work when he came, which wasn't what he had come here to do. But they did what they could to get by and to get us educated. They faced a lot of struggles in both work, both housing. England was very rough in the 1950s, extremely rough. And so I can understand refugees that are physically coming in now because they were treated bad and they were invited. So you can only imagine what it's like now with when you're coming in and you don't have that behind you. Remembering that Jamaica was a part of the British colonies. It was part of the Commonwealth back then. Whilst we sought our independence, we are now an independent country. So it's me.
And then with the folks in the space who haven't had the opportunity to introduce yourselves, would you like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Flavia. I'm from Brazil. And, well, mostly my grandparents were from Italy and Portugal, and actually the whole country is built by immigrants and the slavery history and all the indigenous history, so this is a big part of our identity. And 3 years ago I started to write a book about grief and the legacy of women. And it started as the women of my family, but when I started to search more and learn about it, I saw a lot of similarities in the history of others, and that became a big part of my interest on how to understand it better. So this is one of the reasons why I'm here today, so I can see that with different lens too, because I believe the whole country, as Brazil, has a lot of impact on refugees and immigrants, and yeah, that's it.
Hi, I'm Georgina. I am British. I don't have any ancestors from any other place. I guess I'm still studying to become a counsellor. And as part of that, I think I've had my eyes opened to so many other perspectives, and I've realised that I need to educate myself more in order to help everyone. And I think there's a real lack in our education systems and our schools, in everything, in terms of learning about other cultures and the impacts of things, and there's just such a disparity between what you see in the mainstream and what is actually happening, that I'm here really, I guess, because I want to educate myself more.
Mm.
Hi everyone, my name's Hannah. I was here last year. I saw you speak, Linda, and I was just, it was quite an experience being in that space and learning from you. And so wanted to be here, and I'm from Britain. As far as I'm aware, my ancestors are Celtic. But I've had my eyes and my heart opened by falling in love with a man from Syria. So refugee. And witnessing him now being in a place that is safe, but not being able to return to his homeland because of the restrictions that are placed, because of how countries that believe they are democratic and right believe that the other is not, and therefore, just embargo and don't allow those freedoms. And so I find myself, experiencing partially a world where I witness my freedom and accessibility to the world and someone that I deeply love, not having those same freedoms and not being able to be with his family and his family not being able to access him. Just it's something. And so I find it's very easy, the people in my world who I've known all my life, to turn away from that. And yeah, I don't really have the words, not the eloquence. I've never really shared about this experience with anyone, but it's just, there is something in me that is shifting, and what I witness and see in the world, everything that's been present, and just the genocide and tragedy that's happening in Palestine. I can't believe that I live in a world where this is happening, and what I see in front of me here, it's still happening, and I see people being more in their activism in a sense than they've ever been in this country, and still the power isn't listening. So I don't know what we do, but I just feel so grateful to be here. And this maybe is like a little microcosm of an energetic shift, but I just trust people will feel the energy that's here and it will go out in some way. Thank you.
I'm Eli. I'm a white guy from the US. We take up a lot of space usually, so I'm going to try not to take up too much space now. Both my grandparents on both sides were immigrants to the US. On one side, they were Russian Jews that left after the war, and on the other side, they were Scottish, and they were told to erase their Scottish history so that they could assimilate better to American culture. And I tend not to remember that or think about that, so I was not going to say anything, but that was a big part of their journey.
Maya, would you like to introduce? Yes, you're a part of this space.
My name's Maya. In terms of family, my father is Indian, so he was born in Birmingham, but his parents both came across from India. And I am working with Masters Events in terms of why I'm here. So I've got the amazing job of being able to help put on this event. It's my first time doing it, and it's really amazing. And I've actually just finished my Masters in Psychology, so it's a perfect job to come and I get to do all this as my job, and I get to listen to all these things. So it's amazing. And thank you so much. I'll keep this for now, yeah?
Yeah, I'll be here. My name's Lizzie. I'm doing the online questions, hence why I'm a bit nervous for my computer. I'm born and bred in Oxfordshire. I'm a paediatric nurse at the hospital. I think we have our family tree. I've got a big family, but nobody really does it properly. So I think we've got Polish Jews that came a few generations back on my dad's side, and a lot of people from Ireland from fleeing the famine. But I've just been working with a lot of refugees doing the screening for the unaccompanied children and adults, and I work in the hospital, but also I've worked in schools around here, and very exclusive schools, and then meeting these people who've been through so much, who have no money. And I think the young people, they're so young, they're under 25 and they're terrified, and they suddenly being told we have to screen them medically, and that's quite traumatic, and we don't have anywhere to refer them to for help. That's really tough, but we build a really good relationship because we see them a lot, but aren't equipped really to deal with their emotions. And then I think what really struck me was the people who've come from countries with professions, and suddenly they're all they're not identified by that, but they're just very dignified about it, and I find that really moving.
Herbie, do you get to introduce yourself?
Hello there, I'm Herbie. I'm your friendly AV technician. I'm about 1.2% Irish somewhere down the line, and I haven't been listening to much because I've been pressing buttons.
So just take a pause and a breath and notice how your nervous system is in this space now. Yeah. I'm going to be presenting a fair bit of information today, and it will be personal for many of us. And that's why it's so important for me that we have a sense for each other. Yeah, there are breaks throughout the day, and I encourage you to connect to each other during the breaks, as well as go on walks, as well as just have some quiet time if that's what you need. Yeah, I know what it's like to see my life on a series of PowerPoint slides. Yeah. So, your condition is not your identity. Your condition is not your identity. So I no longer refer to the descendants of enslaved peoples as slaves. Something happened to you and to your people. Yeah. And in a similar way, I don't refer to, I use it interchangeably, but refugees, you sought refuge. Your family sought refuge. Your ancestors sought refuge. There are people today who are seeking refuge. Yeah? Your condition is not your identity. And I know we've also spoken about immigrants in this space, and I need to point out a distinction. If you are someone who has immigrated from a coloniser country, you are an expat. Yeah? A British expat, a Canadian expat, an Australian expat, Kiwi expat. The rest of us are immigrants. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, say that again.
Sure. If you come from a coloniser country, you're an expat.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't say you're a British immigrant into the United States, you're a British expat into the United States. Yeah, I'm on a Facebook group, Australian expats in the US, not Australian immigrants into the US. Mexicans are immigrants, Chinese are immigrants. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah, and so words have power, and we don't actually pause to deconstruct the words that we inherit. Yeah. That said, and this is the words of Viet Thanh Nguyen, who's a Vietnamese-American writer. He actually says, these days I claim that I am a refugee. I was a refugee. Because it is such a stigmatised and shamed term. I mean, as a child, I would do anything to not name the history of my family. Like, people would say, where do you come from? And I'd say, Vietnam. And then I hoped that the questions would stop there, or the curiosity would stop there. I would hope that their ignorance would kick in, because I didn't want to have to answer questions about the reasons why and what that journey was, because I know that the narrative in the media about refugees is that we can only inhabit one of three spaces. Yeah? That we are here to invade your country and screw up your country the way we screwed up ours. Yeah? We're the criminal element. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's one narrative. The other narrative is the invisible labour, so that you don't actually physically exist. You're the domestic help, you're the nail salon, you're the people who take care of the things that other people wouldn't do or won't do. Or you're the model minority. Yeah? And it's such pressure on a child to navigate all of this with parents who speak another language, who are from somewhere else, who can't help me to recognise that these are the dominant narratives. And here's the thing, when you come from an identity that is oppressed and marginalised by society, we're being defined by others, and then we're busy defending ourselves. And our precious life force energy and creative energy then becomes consumed by defending ourselves rather than defining who we are. So I'm Linda Tai. I was born in Vietnam and raised in Australia, and I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. And I'm redefining what it means to be Vietnamese, and I'm redefining what it means to be Australian, and I'm redefining what it means to be American. And you all in this space get to redefine who you are. Yeah? Particularly those of us with diaspora identities. Yeah. And in terms of the model minority myth, it's something that I have colluded with and that my people have colluded with, because it sets me and my people apart from other black and brown bodies. And it's important that I name that, because there is a racial hierarchy that we step into that is pretty apparent, that allows those of us who have white-bodied identities to become subsumed into the narrative, because it's easier, right, to allow ourselves to be assimilated and acculturated than what it is to actually claim who we are. The photo on the left is the very first photo I have of myself. It's my refugee camp intake photo. And I actually carry it around with me these days as a reminder. As a reminder of where I've come from. And we talk so much about intergenerational trauma, it's so important to talk about intergenerational resilience. And on the right, I'm a somatic therapist, a trauma therapist. This is a professional photo on my website. It would be so much easier for me to not name where I've come from, because I know what the narrative is. I was once a refugee, although no one would mistake me for being a refugee now. Because of this, I insist on being called a refugee, since the temptation to pretend that I'm not a refugee is strong. It would be so much easier to call myself an immigrant, to pass myself off as belonging to a category of migratory humanity that is less controversial, less demanding, and less threatening than the refugee. I am a former child refugee, and I name that. I have the privilege these days to be able to name that. I've had the privilege of healing. I have the privilege of my proximity to whiteness. I have the privilege of speaking without an accent and speaking a colonized, like the Anglophone, And I have the privilege of education. And so when we look at the research literature, there is so much privilege involved in the research literature because we are not studied. We are not studied. And so when we look at the intergenerational trauma of refugee families and the psychosocial transmission of trauma, we have a few studies here and there about Khmer genocide survivors, Middle Eastern refugee seekers, Southeast Asian and Vietnamese refugees. And the bulk of the research has actually been done on adult children of Holocaust survivors as well as Holocaust survivors. And it was this research that I actually stumbled upon as an adult in graduate school that actually made me aware that my parents are traumatised, and I have so much in common with adult children of Holocaust survivors. And so we're not studied. We're not studied. And then when we are studied, there's so much language that is so pathologising. Parental trauma exposure and trauma sequelae indirectly affects child well-being via potential mechanisms of insecure attachment, maladaptive parenting styles, diminished parental emotional availability, decreased family functioning. It just lists as a laundry list of you're fucked. Of you're fucked. And does not take into account the systems. Doesn't take into account racialised trauma. I mean, I had secure enough attachment with my parents. But what happens with secure enough attachment with your parents when the systems and institutions of society give pervasive and persistent messaging of insecure attachment? And a larger conceptual framework for security and secure attachment actually needs to be discussed, because psychotherapy is rooted in the coloniser-settler paradigm of the hyperfocus on and reducing things to smaller and smaller pieces, and hyperfocusing on the dyadic relationship between the parent and the child. And I've experienced a lot of benefit from learning about attachment theory, and yet we need to expand how we conceptualise security and secure attachment. Welcome, friend. Yes. No, you made it. You made it. And so today we'll be covering some of the research literature. that encompasses adult children of refugees and immigrants, of which there is not much, but we'll also discuss the research literature around adult children of Holocaust survivors, adult children of alcoholics and others raised in family of origin dysfunction, adult children of veterans with PTSD, and the historical collective mass trauma, of Indigenous Americans, for which there is much research these days. We can't do trauma without doing grief. We can't do attachment without doing grief. And so part of me asking us to sit in circle is so that we can tether into something larger than ourselves. Resource is primary, trauma is secondary. Trauma is that which disconnects us from resource. And the people are the medicine. The earth is the medicine. Our ancestors in this space are the medicine. And so please take care of yourself. Breathe, make sounds, look around the space. Earlier when I said have a look for the exits, have a look out the window. Right? Squeeze yourself and then take up space. And this is how we move out of that peri-trauma response. And I'll pause this from time to time to do that. So this is the bit where I'll go into some lecture. So if you like, we can rearrange ourselves if you would like to be able to see the PowerPoint slides. And we can also stay in circle. It is totally up to you. Because we've got 15 minutes until a break. So you can see. And because this is a Venn diagram of my work. And I'll go through this and then we'll take a break. So, what we have on the left-hand side and the right-hand side are it's an ism is an ideology that's reflected in our institutions. Isms are ideologies that are reflected in our institutions, and we have to name the larger landscape. The larger landscape of extractivism. You have something that I want, and I'm going to take it from you. Casteism, classism, racism, ableism, ageism, cissexism, heterosexism, imperialism, colonialism, land theft, enslavement, war, genocide, and patriarchy is the soup that we swim in. And as mental health professionals, we talk about doing a biopsychosocial assessment where we look at the micro, meso, macro aspects of someone's ecological system, and the one system we forget is the chronological system. So it's micro, meso, macro, chronosystems. Chronosystems. And so when we look at refugees, generation 1.0, generation 1.5, generation 2.0. So generation 1.0 are people who as adults sought refuge. So they're people like my parents. Generation 1.5 are people who, like myself, sought refuge as children under the age of 18. And generation 2.0 are those who are born on the land that is not the land of their parents. After the break, we'll unpack pre-flight, flight, resettlement and secondary migration as the journey of seeking refuge. This is distinct with those who sought migration voluntarily, and yet there is much confluence. So with voluntary migration, there's migrant workers, international students, parachute children, satellite babies and immigrants. Parachute children, I went to school with some parachute children. They are the people who get sent to high school somewhere else or to college somewhere else. They're launched somewhere else so that they can land, and then from there sponsor family members over once they're able to get permanent residence and citizenship status. Satellite babies. My cousin, who was born and raised in Vietnam, immigrated to Australia, set up her life in Australia, got married, had children, and then she would send her babies back to Vietnam so that they could be raised by the grandparents. And then around the age of 4 or 5, they'll come back to Australia to be with her and go to school in Australia. Yeah. So that's satellite babies. And we need to know about these things because it affects someone's attachment history. Yeah. And then we have migrant workers, international students, and immigrants. Immigration is voluntary. Yeah. And yet there are areas of confluence. And after the break, we'll actually talk about acculturation, enculturation, assimilation, marginalisation, and racialised identity. We have much in common with traumatised, stigmatised, and displaced peoples. So refugees have much in common with Holocaust survivors, Indigenous peoples, enslaved peoples, the Two-Spirit LGBTQIA+ youth, those who are fleeing family violence. We have much in common with religious refugees and other forms of other populations who seek refuge. And our areas of confluence are that of collective trauma, individual trauma, forced displacement, and cultural identity shame. Because when something happens to you as a peoples, it affects your sense of collective identity. And many of us then become subsumed in a world of internalised white supremacy, and we move further and further away from our peoples because of the dominant narrative about our peoples, or perhaps the degree of traumatisation in our people. Like, no one as a child, no one told me that every single Vietnamese adult I knew was traumatised. So I conflated trauma with culture. And as soon as I could get away from my peoples, I did. And I eventually found my way back because your culture is always there waiting for you, even if you've gone away from your culture. And so within that, there's collective trauma and individual traumatisation. We have much in common with those who've experienced intergenerational trauma. And in my time in this field, I've actually learned that there is a real distinction between those of us who had parents who were traumatised versus parents who were traumatising. Yeah, parents who are frightened versus parents who are frightening. Yeah? Yeah, and it's important to make that distinction for yourself. And what happens, right, when there's racialised trauma, when there's collective trauma, when there's cultural identity shame, then what happened for me is my parents were traumatised but not traumatising. But because of these added layers of trauma that therapists weren't able to name and the therapy books weren't naming, I kept looking for a trauma history that didn't exist. Or actually, there is a trauma history that exists. However, I was looking for more of a trauma history that didn't exist. Yeah, because my symptoms didn't match, right, the trauma that I had experienced. Yeah? So, we have much in common with adult children of alcoholics and others raised in under-resourced families. We have much in common with adult children of Holocaust survivors and adult children of veterans with PTSD. And then perhaps also for some of us, we have much in common with the historical mass collective trauma of Indigenous populations. Yeah. And these areas of confluence, yeah, abuse and or neglect, parent-child attachment issues, the inverted parent-child relationship, where we become parentified or adultified as children. There's impaired and delayed grief, because you can't grieve when you're in survival mode. And so because my parents didn't grieve, I then didn't learn how to grieve. There's a vacillating between auto-hypnoid storytelling and narrative silence. So auto-hypnoid storytelling is where my parents would be in a somewhat dissociative trance state and yet sharing stories that aren't really quite appropriate for a little child. And yet it's also their way of bonding with me and connecting with me. And yet when I'd ask questions into that space, I'd get a shut down response. Yeah, so I then learned not to ask questions. And I'm married to an adult child of active duty military, and he also tells stories, similar stories about his dad. Telling stories as a child that he shouldn't have been hearing, and yet when he'd ask questions, there'd be nothing, or there'd actually be rage that would emerge. Yeah. So as a result of hearing things we shouldn't have heard, we experience vicarious trauma to the point where we become numbed out to our own histories and numbed out to our own stories. I remember as a child, as a teenager, talking to another former child refugee from Vietnam and saying, yeah, my dad told me this story, blah, blah, about us in the refugee camp, and I was wanting to have a experience of sharing stories. And his response was, oh yeah, I got that too, right? Yeah, so we become vicariously traumatised and numbed out. And then with the vicarious trauma, something that isn't in the research literature is vicarious survivor guilt. So our parents experience survivor guilt. I saw my parents not able to enjoy themselves and their lives. Yeah, and I saw them not being able to enjoy me. And so I then inherited vicarious survivor guilt. So I really struggled to play. And fun is a dirty F word. Yeah, and play is a dirty 4-letter word. Yeah. And then the adultified child phenomenon, where our parents had holes in their roles, and as a result of that, I needed to fill in the holes in their roles. Mm-hmm. And so part of the healing journey is recognising our survival orientation, recognising the PTSD symptoms. And PTSD suggests that something has happened in the past. However, PTSD creates a set of future-oriented survival strategies that live in the present moment. And we have to recognise that for many of us, PTSD is also not in the past because of the systems and institutions and structures of society. It's present and pervasive and institutionalised and systemic. Yeah. We wrestle with codependence as well as imposter syndrome. And yet I frame codependence and imposter syndrome as survival strategies. Yeah. I knew I had to be someone else at school. Yeah. I knew I had to be able to, on a dime, be able to code switch between being Vietnamese and being Australian. Yeah. To the point where I then did not or was not able to cultivate a sense of self. Yeah. So whatever you need me to be, I'll be for you. Some of this also lands into the parent-child attachment issues. So write this down. Being needed, being wanted, and being exploited is a continuum that we need to explore, that you need to explore, we all need to explore at some point. So as children, if you had to inhibit, every child's birthright is to be wanted, it's to be delighted in. Yeah. And when you're not wanted or delighted in, we surrogate, we substitute with being needed. Because for an infant or a toddler, being delighted in means my parents will protect me. Yeah. And if our parents don't have the capacity or bandwidth for that because of their circumstances, then we surrogate and substitute with being needed. Because being needed gets me not left behind, it gets me not minimised, it makes me feel useful and purposeful. I may perhaps get validation and attention for being useful and purposeful. And yet this becomes a setup for codependence because I put your needs before mine. And I have to take care of you so you'll take care of me. Yeah? I have to take care of my parents so that they will take care of me. I have to not show that I'm struggling at school because my parents have so much on their plate. Yeah, and I don't wish to add to their distress. Yeah. And yet what happens with this setup for codependence is later on in life I become a therapist and I have a wait list and it feels so good because then I feel needed. But then it leads me towards burnout because that feeling needed it doesn't actually land into that void of feeling wanted, and yet I've also disconnected myself from the feeling of actually taking in delight and feeling wanted, letting myself be wanted. And here's the other piece. As children, if you want your parents, it comes from a place of desperation. And so as a result of that, many of us have disconnected ourselves from wanting anything because it's treacherously close to desperation wanting. And so we then disconnect ourselves from joy, from pleasure, from beauty, from play. And then this becomes a setup for worker exploitation, as well as exploitation in relationships. I no longer call it worker burnout, I call it institutional systemic exploitation. Yeah. And yet in the early days it feels wonderful because we feel needed. Yeah. There may be workaholism and addictions. There can also be voicelessness, helplessness, rage. Yeah, rage beneath the surface. And when we look at the school to prison pipeline, when we look at who is allowed to be angry and who is not allowed to be angry, then we need to find community spaces where we can have a sacred rage pit. Yeah, where we can release some of that pent-up nervous system rage. Yeah. Because what has happened to many of us is outrageous. Abandonment issues. Yeah. And then there's traumatic homesickness, traumatic grief, complex and ambiguous grief, and psychological homelessness. We'll unpack these in the afternoon session. Yeah. For many of us, grief sits right next to rage. So we don't grieve because we know the rage will pop and we want to take care of everyone around us. So then we don't let ourselves grieve. For some of us, grief is very close to terror. So we don't let ourselves grieve because we know the terror will pop. Yeah. I once worked with someone whose parents both died in the tsunami in Thailand 20 years ago. And this person works as a grief therapist and is not able to access her own grief because the grief will pop the terror, and we created a community space where we could let the grief pop and then the space for the terror of inescapability to be moved through the nervous system. Yeah, and when you're working with trauma, especially war trauma, you're not just working with terror, you're working with horror. Yeah. Yeah. And so we need to find community spaces to hold this nervous system charge. Because otherwise, the nervous system then keeps running up here. Yeah, we stay here. We don't want to go down into this feeling of helplessness, hopelessness, powerlessness ever again. Yeah, and so the workaholism actually keeps us feeling like we're doing something useful and effective. Yeah, and so all of these behaviours serve a purpose in our system. And traumatic homesickness is the whiff of the sniff of talking about anything that reminds us of home causes for a trauma response, which is like for my parents. Yeah, and so my mother couldn't sing the songs of her ancestors or tell the stories and myths of our people because as soon as she'd talk about it, she'd go into a traumatic homesickness response, which is very distinct from standard homesickness. And then part of the healing is around home and culture, belonging and identity. Yeah. For refugees, for people who sought refuge, home ceased to exist long before we actually left. And there is no home to go back to. And there is something that breaks inside a parent when they realise that they cannot protect their children from the world. And as children, there is something that breaks inside of us when we realise that our parents can't protect us from the world. And for our parents, the only way to protect us from the world is to risk their lives and ours. And for a child, that then becomes a burden that we didn't ask for, but we can't possibly repay. Two things before we go to break. One, trauma, historical, institutional, present, pervasive, systemic, intergenerational, interpersonal, and internalised. Traditional psychology asks, what is wrong with you? Trauma-informed psychology asks, what happened to you? Culturally informed psychology asks, what happened to your people? And liberation psychology asks, and what continues to happen to you and to your peoples? And then lastly, resource is primary source energy. Trauma is that which disconnects us from resource. And so on your break, I invite you to reconnect to resource, primary resource, life force energy herself, the earth, the air, the sun. Please go on a break for half an hour. And we will resume when you get back. Yeah. I'm just waiting for a song to come to me. I don't know how we're meant to carry so much grief in one body. I don't know how we're meant to carry so much grief in one body. I don't know how we're meant to carry so much grief in one body. Love, I don't know how we're meant to carry so much love in one body. Hope, I don't know how we're meant to carry so much hope in one body. Love, I don't know how we're meant to carry so much love in one body. Grief, I don't know how we're meant to carry So much grief in one body, grief I don't know how I'm meant to carry so much grief in one body. A pause to let the medicine and the spirit of the song move through. So we've got a couple of folks who've joined us. So Rajni and Hafsa, would you like to receive the microphone so that you can introduce yourself into our space?
Thank you. Hello. Can you? I'm Hafsa. I don't remember what I was supposed to.
Oh, just your family lineage in terms of refugee, immigrant experiences, and
Yes.
perhaps to name that journey.
Yes. So I tend to tell people I'm of mixed heritage. On my mum's side, I'm Bosnian. On my dad's side, I'm Pakistani. I identify as sort of third generation British Muslim. On my mum's side, the war in Bosnia meant that most of my family, somebody was a refugee at some point. Most of the family is now back in Bosnia. My mum at the time moved to the UK because she was always moving to the UK. But I think whether she uses the word refugee, I'm actually going to reopen that conversation with her, but she was granted the right to stay, so I think that tells you something about what the British state thought about her status, if you like. And then on my dad's side, we had to migrate during partition, so my grandparents were children at the time, and I can definitely say there's been an impact of that. But my grandparents then came in the 60s. And so my dad and his brothers were born here, and then me and my siblings were born here, my cousins as well. So that's sort of my background and why I'm sitting here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Hafsa.
Hi, I'm Rajni, and I'm here because I got your newsletter a number of months ago that said something like, I'm going to the heart of coloniality to do this work, and please stand with me, or please be with me in some way. And I grew up here, so I spent a lot of my childhood in Abingdon, which isn't far from Oxford. And I felt really strongly like I can be with you in person, and this is also an invitation. It felt like a real invitation to go back, and yeah, it has a particular resonance for me. And then I'm not a child of refugees, and so I immediately kind of went, oh, I shouldn't be in that session. And I signed up for Gabor Mate, and I went there this morning, and I went into the room, and it was all wrong, and it was hugely problematic in all the ways that I feared about coming here, and I sat there for a while, and then I just thought, I need to find Linda Tai. So I found my way here, and came in very late, for which apologies, but just walking into this room, it felt like I'm home in a certain way. There's an arrival that's possible for me that isn't possible anywhere else. And both my parents are from India. They moved here
there's longer histories that enable this, but I guess I'm very aware of the privileges that enabled them to move here. So my dad was adopted into a part of the family that had a lot more money and didn't have a boy. And so was very spoiled and received a lot of privilege, and did a PhD in Dublin and got his first job in Germany and went back to India to find a wife and married my mom. And so they came first to Germany, and then I was born in Oxford. So yeah, that's a little bit. I'm still carrying that fear that which I always carry, that I shouldn't be in the room. But I also know that everything of this just feels so important to me, and yeah, I also know that I'm in the right room. So.
Thank you, Rajni. Yeah. No, hang on to the microphone, or maybe, I don't know, we can put a chair. Can we put a chair in the middle with the microphone on it? Because if you feel the desire to speak, I'm going to grab this chair. I'm going to colonise this chair. This is mine. Okay, no. And then we can put the microphone here. And if you feel compelled to speak, please come and grab the microphone. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Anything from the break that you'd like to share into the group before we move on? Oh, my apologies. Hi.
Hi, I'm Wendy DeAndrea, and part of my life journey that connects here is that my husband and his family are refugees, political refugees from the Soviet Union, and it's always something to behold and a mystery to untangle. And then in my work life, I do a lot of helping intervention agencies understand their impact in the refugee space. And I'm just delighted to be with this group and learning, and thank you.
Welcome, Wendy. So here's the official United Nations High Commission for Refugee definition of, what makes a refugee. Yeah. And so there's a well-founded fear of persecution based on certain aspects of identity that cause you to flee your borders. Once you're on the other side of that border, and if your government can't provide you that safety, then you're considered a refugee. So this doesn't take into account internally displaced peoples. And so the numbers, and this was at mid-2020, over 80 million individuals are forcibly displaced worldwide outside the borders of their nations, seeking refuge. The numbers are higher now, but here's the thing. 40 to 50% of those who seek refuge are children. Yeah. We don't leave our children behind. But we don't leave our children behind. 40 to 50% of refugees are children. Yeah, it's a big burden to carry. Mm-hmm. And it has longitudinal consequences. So this person is Harold Napoleon. He's an Alaska Native elder from a very rural part of Alaska on the Bering Sea coast. And when I was in my addiction recovery, I discovered the work of Harold Napoleon, and he writes a wonderful book called Yurak, which he actually wrote when he was in prison, where despite being one of the first of his people to get a Western college education and represent his people at local, state and federal levels, he had a problematic relationship with alcohol that resulted in him inadvertently killing his child during a blackout drunk episode. And so while in jail, he writes a book called Yurak, The Way of the Human Being. And in his book, which is short, and you can get it in PDF format online, he actually weaves in the trauma of colonisation into his own story of his life. And so he was the first person whose work I came across that allowed me to think more expansively in terms of that maybe that there's a reason that I'm having struggles with addiction. Yeah. And in one of his radio interviews, I heard him say the words, there are Alaska Native women and children fleeing certain villages like refugees. And for myself in the moment, that then expanded my conceptualisation and lateralised that conceptualisation of what it means to be a refugee, what it means to seek refuge. And so now I look at it as anyone whose current fear for their lives leads them to embark on a journey into the unknown in order to seek safety. And there are typically structural issues involved, in terms of their identities. Yeah. And so inhabiting identities that are vulnerable, marginalised, oppressed by society, not recognised. Because here's the thing, right? Until we have equal pay for equal work and jobs that allow for the fact that assumed women typically tend to be the primary caregivers, and until we have supports in society for that, then there won't be the access to resources that allow someone to leave their situation. Yeah? And so Two-Spirit, trans, queer youth who are fleeing certain parts of the United States are considered to be refugees, in my mind and heart. Yeah, women and children fleeing domestic violence situations are refugees in my heart. People leaving a cult scenario or a closed family within a closed community. You're seeking refuge. You are leaving everything and everyone you have ever known. And if we go back to what I said right before the break, for a refugee, home ceased to exist. Home ceased to exist long before you actually left. And there is no home to go back to. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so when I go through this journey of seeking refuge, I want you to hold a more expansive conceptualisation of refugee in mind, because this all applies, whether you're fleeing across borders or you're within borders seeking safety. So there's the pre-flight, flight, resettlement and secondary resettlement aspects of the refugee journey. So pre-flight is the social, political, economic and environmental forces that make home conditions unlivable into the unforeseeable future. For those of us who do have a sense of safety in our homes, what would it take for you to leave? And how long would that need to go on for you to leave? Yeah. Home ceased to exist long before we actually left. Yeah. And then flight is the exodus itself. It's risking the danger in order to get out. And it's during this flight period of the refuge-seeking journey that people are most vulnerable. It's when children are most vulnerable to human trafficking and sex trafficking. Yeah. We also see that with folks who flee across borders. Yeah, that's when they're more susceptible to human trafficking and sex trafficking. Yeah. Because we're desperate and we will trust people on a prayer and a hope and a whim. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then resettlement is making it to somewhere safe and starting life anew. That could be a refugee camp, it could be a shelter, it could be, just a new place. And for some of us, that resettlement also encompasses like making it to another country. Yeah, so I had 2 experiences of resettlement, one in the refugee camp and then one in Australia. my family were one of the first waves of Vietnamese refuge seekers, and so we were one of four Vietnamese families in a very, very rural part of Australia. And so it wasn't until we experienced secondary resettlement that the healing journey could actually begin, where we were around people who knew what it was like to be us, and we didn't have to talk about it. And we were there offering that mutual aid to each other. Yeah. Yeah. And there's a shift there in the nervous system because we have folks who can help us to navigate this new landscape. And so there is more relative safety. I'm just going to pause here because I'm actually allowing space for folks to go through the catalogue in their own lived experiences. Yeah. Yeah, please. Would you grab the microphone just so that folks at home can hear you?
It's just really interesting because I think like watching that, and then obviously bearing in mind that I myself have not had the lived experience of being a refugee or kind of being forcibly displaced, but like all of that really resonates. Just in terms of like kind of growing up, I think like the home was pretty much pre-flight, and then it's interesting because my flight was kind of getting as far away from home and like family initially when I was younger as well, and then kind of meeting my partner halfway around the world volunteering, and then us getting married and kind of starting a new life somewhere safe. And it's interesting because that somewhere safe isn't tied to a geographical location anymore, or it never really was. It's kind of more with the people, and I guess now I'm like in the process of that secondary migration. But then I think also, I guess kind of a question or a pondering, like internally I feel like, and whether this is inherited survivor's guilt or I don't know, but I feel like because I haven't gone through it, I'm trying not to get too emotional, it's like, sorry. There's this self-judgment that I don't deserve to feel that pain, even though I haven't, because I haven't been through it, so it's like, it's not my pain, so why should I feel it or like resonate to it? I don't know if that makes any sense. And I don't know how to like kind of let go of that, because that's my current, trying to find more peace within myself and let myself, I guess, like heal from the generational aspect of that. Sorry, I didn't expect to break down quite as much.
Thank you for your sharing. Yeah. Grief becomes the way home when home itself is lost. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Part of my journey of secondary migration or secondary resettlement has been finding other diaspora communities, finding other people whose feet are now on the land that is not the land of their ancestors, and we can come together. Because I know how my parents survived resettlement and how they survived flight and how they survived pre-flight. They found other people. That's how they survived. And during those early days in Australia, they found other people. And their secondary resettlement was to move to a big city to find more Vietnamese people. Yeah? And I can draw upon that intergenerational strength and resilience and hope and courage and teachings and find my people. And life gets easier when I find my people. And I found my people in the rooms of addiction recovery and trauma recovery. And then eventually I started finding my people amongst bodies of the global majority and bodies of the global majority that have engaged in a journey. Yeah. Yeah.
We weren't allowed to find our own people. As in, I was born in the Netherlands, and we were the first coloured people in the neighbourhood. But from home, it was like, no, you have to integrate, you have to integrate, you have to integrate. So other mixed Indonesian people, we weren't allowed to congregate with them from home. As in, you need to integrate. We're not going to have a separate community for our people. When in Rome, do what the Romans do and integrate.
And so I place a gentle provocation into the space that you can still find each other now.
I was just going to say it to you. Didn't need the mic. But do you know, with the Caribbean, they found each other because when they came from the different Caribbean areas, it wasn't just Jamaica. You've got Trinidad, you've got Barbados, you've got Ghana, you've got plenty of other places. But do you know, it's funny you say you needed to go into the community but not to segregate yourself. They found that they had to get together. There were signs up on the doors, no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. So they had to find one property and all live in it until they saved up enough money to get a property for them and their families each. So it was quite different to see how people survived the initial secondary migration to, once settling. So some needed each other to move forward, whereas, yes.
And so that's where we engage in nuance and complexity. Yeah. Yes.
Because I don't think many of the Caribbeans would have survived if they hadn't got together to build smaller communities to lift each other up, Because it was tough.
Yes. Yeah, Eli.
Can I ask you, how do you think of the term grief? How do you look at grief?
So in the world of trauma, trauma is what happened that shouldn't have happened. Trauma is also what didn't happen that should have happened. And we often frame grief as what I had and now it's gone. And yet there's an ambiguous grief of what I didn't get. And in the not getting of something that I didn't get, there's an amorphous emptiness that's pervasive in my inner landscape. And we can't grieve our losses until we can name them. And that didn't answer your question, but I was hoping to answer the question behind the question.
I think that's a big part of what I was feeling. I work a lot with this idea that we grieve for the things that we believed were going to happen or that we felt like were entitled to happen in our lives that didn't. And so there was this sort of alternate life that we thought was going to happen that then died. And so it might be, your parents or your family thought, we're going to have this family, we're going to be able to provide safety and security and teach our culture and all these things, and that whole future is lost, and there's a death in that future, there's a grief there. So I think that's very much what I was feeling,
Yeah, and so to grieve the childhood that you could have had, to grieve the life path that was in front of you, and then as children we also inherit the ambiguous grief of our parents, so we inherit the life that they wish they had have had as well. And then that can actually be passed on intergenerationally.
Or sort of psychodynamically, I believe that we feel that we're entitled to parents that have the capacity to love and care for us and validate us. And so we grieve for that when we don't have it either. And if our parents are not able to because they're in flight, then we feel it even if we don't know it.
Yes. And you can only grieve that which you bring inside your circle of worthiness. And so to place your inner child and the losses and longings of your inner child inside your circle of worthiness then allows us to grieve. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think you're right, and it's the process of starting to grieve, where you start to heal. And for me, I guess that there's a bit of a conflict, because this is almost a positive trajectory, and many people that I work with are still in flight, although they're in a safe land, because that they haven't gotten permission to stay, their stories haven't been believed. They're caught up in this bureaucratic asylum process. And so they haven't made it to somewhere safe. They still feel very unsafe. And so and that what disturbs me a lot, because you cannot move forward to grieve, to heal, to start a new life. Yeah. And I guess the other thing that maybe resonates with you, you're right. I mean, I'm a migrant. But I made it so easily, and there are different reasons why I also wanted to leave Singapore, but I made it so easily into getting into, meeting someone and living away from my homeland, yeah? And so I'm sitting across people who I worked with who are still struggling to get there, and that just feels so unfair. And so that's also in the dynamic, I think, Yeah. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, the ungrateful refugee. Like, we're supposed to be grateful, just like adoptees are supposed to be grateful. Yeah, and that narrative then doesn't allow space for the ambiguous grief. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Let's see here. Shall we play a video? So this is Woshan Shire. Woshan Shire is a poet and a writer. And this is a poem that they have written, set to music and images, about what it means to seek refuge. And the reason I share this is, there's many reasons. It's to sort of centre and highlight the refugee experience, but also we know that trauma is unspeakable. So our parents may perhaps never tell us, what has happened. And yet we know the terror that they hold inside their bodies.
No one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark. You only run for the border when you see the whole city running as well. Your neighbours running faster than you, breath bloody in their throats. And the boy you went to school with who kissed you dizzy behind the old tin factory is holding a gun bigger than his body. You only leave home when home won't let you stay. No one leaves home unless home chases you, fire under feet, hot blood in your belly. And even then, you carry the anthem under your breath, only tearing up your passport in airport toilets, sobbing as each mouthful of paper made it clear that you would not be going back. You have to understand, and no one would put their children in a boat unless the sea is safer than the land. No one burns their palms under trains, beneath carriages. No one spends days and nights in the gallbladder of a truck feeding on newspaper unless the miles traveled means something more than journey. No one crawls under fences, wants to be beaten, wants to be pitied. No one chooses refugee camps or strip searches where your body is left aching, or prison because prison is safer than a city of fire, and one prison guard in the night is safer than 14 men who look like your father. No one could take it, could stomach it. No one's skin would be tough enough. The go home blacks, refugees, dirty immigrants, asylum seekers, sucking our country dry, niggers with their hands out. They smell strange, savage, messed up their own country, and now they want to mess up ours. How do the words, the dirty looks, roll off your back? And maybe it's because the blow is softer than a limb torn off. or the words are more tender than 14 men between your legs, or the insults are easier to swallow than rubble, than bone, than your child's body in pieces. I want to go home, but home is the mouth of a shark. Home is the barrel of a gun, and no one would leave home unless home chased you to the shore, unless home told you to quicken your legs. Leave your clothes behind. Crawl through the desert. Wade through the oceans. Drown. Save. Be hungry. Beg. Forget pride. Your survival is more important. No one leaves home unless home is a sweaty voice in your ear saying, leave. Run away from me now. I don't know what I've become, but I know that anywhere is safer than here.
So we land on resource. With collective trauma requires collective healing. You're not meant to hold the charge of this alone. And so grief becomes the way home when home itself is lost. Quote unquote, minachi. So grief is a great metabolizer. And metabolism is this alchemical process by which we take something and turn it into fuel and nourishment for our own growth and for continued growth. Grief says all I need is witnessing. Trauma says exposure equals death. Yeah? And so then there's this catch-22 or a stuck place. Yeah? And so to be able to come together in groups and be with each other. I'll repeat that last bit again. Grief says all I need is witnessing. Trauma says exposure equals death. Grief says please surrender into the underworld of the throes of grief. Like the myth of Persephone going into the underworld and coming back with a pomegranate. And yet, for trauma survivors, powerlessness is a feeling that we would do anything to not feel ever again, and yet grief asks us to succumb to the throes of experiencing the powerlessness over the waves of grief. And yet grief is the great metabolizer. And to learn how to cry, to learn how to grieve, can be the work of a lifetime. And it can be that which is the healing balm intergenerationally, ancestrally. Because for many of us, we may have perhaps had to silence our voices in order to survive. And trauma decontextualized in an individual looks like personality. Trauma decontextualized in a family looks like family traits. And trauma decontextualized in a people's looks like culture. Quote unquote, res momentum. And so I often look at my people. What makes us so quiet and not rock the boat? Yeah. How was that a survival strategy? For me personally as well as intergenerationally, because I am terrified of having a voice. Exposure equals death. And yet working through the grief allows for me to reclaim a birthright. And so we can't do trauma without doing grief. We can't do attachment without doing grief. Yeah. And with all new awarenesses comes grief. And this is where PowerPoint slides and seeing your life on a series of PowerPoint slides can elicit so much grief. And it's important to name. Because if we don't pause and name it, then we just keep moving on. Yeah, we keep learning things in our heads and we metabolize with and through the body. And this is where song is so powerful, because song is the voice with energy moving through. Mm-hmm. I was going to say something there. It came and then it left. Grief is especially important to name because when we look at the interactive dynamics of under-resourced families, there's two interactive dynamics. One is homeostasis collusion and the other is impaired grief and mourning. You cannot grieve when you're in survival mode. My parents could not grieve because they were constantly in flight. Yeah. And then somewhere 35 years later, right, when their children had grown up and were somewhat less messed up. Yeah, and they had their own house and a sense of home. They could actually begin to grieve. Yeah. But growing up, my parents couldn't attune to me in ways that were developmentally appropriate. You know, I lose my shoe, kid spits on my lunch, Dad says, hey, at least we're not getting bombs dropped on us anymore. Yeah. I hear from my friends of the African diaspora, because 21% of black people in America now are African-born or the children of African-born. And my friends of the African diaspora talking about racism with their parents, and their parents are like, no, we experienced genocide, like dudes with machine guns walking the streets. Like, cop wants to see your license, fine, just do what he says, right? Yeah. And so parents aren't able to attune to children in the context of a new life because one, they're still in survival mode, and two, they're living life in a different context. And so my parents' threat detection response was like very different to what would be considered developmentally appropriate. Yeah. And then I internalise that. I suck it up and stuff it down and keep moving through life. Mm-hmm. And I keep shoving things into that iron box that's in my chest. And then with homeostasis collusion, that's where everyone in the family system has to play their roles because there's no room for each of us to grow. There's no room for each to grow emotionally. Yeah, because that would then be too much for the family system. And when you're working with family systems that are rigid, no new information can come in and the individuals in the family system aren't able to then grow. Yeah, when I go home, my parents they just keep wanting to feed me. I get it's cultural, but it's not, it is beyond cultural. And then at some point I realised, we got stuck in time during the food rations under communism and during the starving on the boat journey. And we got stuck in the food rations at the refugee camp, and then we got stuck in the not knowing what food this is in this strange new country where people go to grocery stores. And so the family got stuck in time in a homeostasis collusion, and that's why my parents are always like wanting to feed me because they're compensating. Yeah. Compensating. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So pause and take a breath with you all. And let's just take a moment to squeeze in tight. Yeah. And then to take up some space. Pushing against the side walls that are imaginary. Perhaps squeezing, taking up space, pushing against the imaginary ceiling. Yeah. And then squeeze. One arm forward, one arm back, and then the other side. Mm-hmm. And then let's do the joint dance. Yeah. right? That peri-trauma response is a little bit of freeziness, right? And when, for some of us, when our emotions start to come up or stuff starts to come up, we become still and small and quiet. Yeah. And so every single joint is a diaphragm and contains a diaphragm. And so the joint dance helps to move some of that freeziness out. Yeah. Ah, make some sounds. Ah. Scrunch your face. Stretch your face. Notice that breath that emerges. Make a sound, any sound. Ah. Ah. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. It's important that I attune with the collective nervous system. Yeah. Okay. So from here, let us go to I think I'm going to skip sharing my story and I'm going to go to the second ever photo I have of myself, which is the refugee camp outtake photo, also known as our visa photos. Yeah. Right, so my family had its own experience of flight. We make it to the refugee camp. My little sister's born in the refugee camp. And we were lucky. We were only there for 6 months. The average wait time for someone outside of the United States waiting to get into the United States on the standard refugee process, and so this is outside of connections to the military and outside of the special visas for Ukrainian refugees because they're white. Yeah. The average amount of time that it takes is 17 years currently. Yeah. So people have entire lives in refugee camps. People have entire lives going from one place to another place to another place. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we were lucky. We were only there 6 months. And then from there, we landed into a little town in Tumut, New South Wales in 1979, sponsored out under a pilot rural resettlement scheme, one of 4 Vietnamese families. And it was this strange place where people, get this, people would work to water the grass and mow the grass, but you couldn't eat the grass and you didn't feed it to your livestock and you couldn't do arts and crafts with the grass. It was the strangest place that we had ever come across. And so there were really kind people that helped us. Yeah, really kind people that helped us. Now, I'm not going to go into any great detail about this. However, I want to plant the seed for you all because there's so many clinicians in the space. How I began talking about a decolonised approach to secure attachment. Right, what happens to good enough attachment when the systems and institutions of society give messaging of insecurity? Yeah. And there's an attachment researcher by the name of Carlin Lyons Ruth, and she shows incredible video footage around the antecedent factors that give rise to borderline personality disorder. And she looks at all the, and the mediating factor that had the most prominence for individuals who in their early adulthood were expressing features of borderline personality disorder was that at that 0 to 2 years of age, there was maternal withdrawal. And then she showed the video. So infant in a room with the researcher, parent has left the room. And then parent comes back into the room. Infant starts to crawl towards parent. Infant gets to a certain proximity of the parent. Parent takes half a step back. Child collapses. Parent comes over, picks up the toddler, puts the toddler down over here, gives the toddler objects with which to soothe. Yeah. While the parent then goes, okay, that's maternal withdrawal. And when I saw that research, I was like racking my brain about like early maternal withdrawal in terms of my own lived experience. But then the first thing that comes to mind is the ways in which people would come and greet us as part of the church community, and they would come towards us, and there would be that, and then they'd put the food down or the clothing or the whatever, and then take a few steps back. And in attachment theory, we talk about coherence, right? That the caregiver gives a child a coherent sense of self through good enough parenting. And yet what happens to your coherent sense of cultural identity? What happens when you are an infant, a child, and you are bonded to your parents and you see the ways in which other people treat your parents? Yeah? And so I say this because we hyperemphasize attachment theory, and then our clients come to therapy with social anxiety, with something or other, and then we say, what's the first question we ask? What was your relationship with your mother like? And the latter may perhaps be up against the wrong wall. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so this then lateralizes out in terms of racialized trauma, racialized identities, people who are perhaps coming from parents who have a non-traditional family system. Yeah. That there's messaging that we get from society about who we are and how we are. Yeah. And then we're being told to unpack our relationship with our parents. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we can end up looking for a attachment history or a trauma history that doesn't actually exist. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to pause there and let that land. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And a space for grace as well. A space for grace, because we don't know what we don't know, and then we only take the approaches that we're taught until we learn to see life through a different lens. Mm-hmm. And yet there were incredibly kind people who helped us. Incredibly kind people. And so we learned to wear the fashion of the times. And yet for my parents, it came to a point where they realised that in order to have more opportunities for themselves and their children, that they had to move towards more community. And fortunately, we had a friend whom we'd made in the refugee camps who would come and visit us in Tumut and saw the lay of the land and said, you need to come to Melbourne. And so we bid farewell to some of the kindest folks that we knew and engaged on the process of secondary migration. And so this is where we're going to spend the next 20 minutes here. Yeah. So I'm really freaking cute. That's all I have to say. I'm really cute. It is every child's birthright to be delighted in. Yeah. And in terms of where the confluencing is for refugees, for immigrants, for those who inhabit a racialised identity, yeah, this is where we actually need to unpack cultural adjustment strategies. And there are actually key distinctions between refugee and immigrant cultural adjustment strategies. It depends upon the context of your environment. My family was one of the first waves of Vietnamese refugees. So there weren't very many supports or resources in the meso environment. Yeah. But by the time the second, the third, the fourth wave of Vietnamese refugee seekers came, those supports already existed. Yeah. Refugees come before immigrants. Of any particular cultural or ethnic or religious identity, refugees come before immigrants. So I meet people now who are Vietnamese immigrants who've come over in the last, 15, 10, 15, 20 years. And because they don't come from parents who have the same trauma history, there's a different trauma history, and because they didn't go through the traumatic refugee experience, that flight experience, and because there are resources that exist in the environment, their cultural adjustment strategies are going to be different. Yeah? So, acculturation. They're changes that occur as you encounter a new culture. So you're learning the language of this place. You're learning the customs of this place. You're learning where you fit in amongst the hierarchy of things. Enculturation is the process of learning or retaining your native culture, your own language, your own customs. And as a child, I thought that this existed on a binary, just like everyone else, because, trauma makes your brain operate in all or nothing and binary. And so as a child, it's like the more Australian you are, then the less Vietnamese I am. Yeah, so when I'm in like white Australian spaces, I'm like on this drive to be more Australian. Yeah, because that makes me less Vietnamese. And then in Vietnamese spaces, I'm getting the, oh my God, you've lost your roots. Yeah, you're so Australian, you're less, and so I would get it from both sides. I'm not Vietnamese enough and I'm not Australian enough. Cross-cultural anthropologist. Hi, Swan, come on in. Grab a seat, join us in circle, please. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. So growing up in Australia, I felt not quite Vietnamese enough and not Australian enough. And when I moved to Alaska, I got to know how Vietnamese I am and how Australian I am. There's a cross-cultural anthropologist by the name of Edward T. Hall. He did consulting work for the CIA during the Cold War, and he said to these CIA operatives, don't kid yourself. When you go somewhere else, you're not actually getting to know that place and that culture and those customs and that language. You're actually getting to know how American you are. Yeah? And I actually got to have that experience of how Vietnamese I am and how Australian I am. And these days, when I leave Alaska, I actually get to experience how Alaskan I am. Yeah? And so it's that strange form of dual consciousness that wherever I'm not, I get to experience who I am. And I think that there's something truthful about that needs to be named so that we can name that instead of pathologizing ourselves for experiencing ourselves in this way. Yeah? So instead of existing on a linear spectrum, acculturation and enculturation, it actually exists as a quadrant. Yeah. And so I invite you to become curious about the circumstances and the forces for each individual around what has caused them to adopt and reject native culture, their own culture, and the host culture, and to be rejected by host culture and native culture. Because we are not a monolith. Yeah? And so this is where as therapists, we become ethnographers. As people with lived experience, we become ethnographers about ourselves. The forces and circumstances that have shaped each of us. So, I'm going to go into some storytelling. Let's see here. Okay. As a child, I knew my parents loved me because they were never there. So once we got to Melbourne, my parents worked. They worked 2 or 3 jobs each, and eventually my dad found work at one place where he has worked at for the last 35 years. And that was healing for him to have the sameness of that routine every single day and to work afternoon and evening shift because you earn like $2 more per hour, and so all the folks who sought refuge were part of that shift. And my mother would work the morning shift. So there was always someone at home to take care of us, but whenever that person was at home, they'd be sleeping, so we had to be quiet. And so I never heard my parents talking to each other, let alone to us. And so within that, my sister and I are going to elementary school, primary school. And we're speaking English all the time, we're speaking English to each other. And English quickly becomes our first language. And I forget the 3 other languages that I know before that. And then I am like learning the names of every single team in the Australian Rules Football League and the name of every single popular player, and then learning blow by blow what happened in every single quarter of every single game so that I'd have something to talk about with the kids at school on Monday morning. Within our environment, there weren't Vietnamese language schools until I was 8 and my sister was 6. And all the other kids had come directly to the big city of Melbourne, right? So they had community and there were more services available there. Whereas we spent the first 2 years of our life in Tumut, where there's like 3 other Vietnamese families and we had to learn the language, And so my sister and I are best friends every single Sunday afternoon for 3 years because we can't even make friends with the other Vietnamese kids because we've lost our Vietnamese. And I remember the Vietnamese teachers just shaking their heads at my sister and I. And even though we could play with the other kids, we couldn't form that bond because we couldn't speak the same language as them. And then we couldn't speak the same language as our parents. So our rudimentary Vietnamese matched my parents' rudimentary English. And as I got older, and as my sister got older, that became a challenge for our relationship. And children's brains are incredibly neuroplastic, so my sister and I, we learn how to navigate life in Australia. I remember writing in my childlike handwriting my own absentee slips from school and taking them to school to hand them to the teacher and says, Linda was sick yesterday, that's why she couldn't come to school. And then my mum would sign her name underneath. And I also remember reading my parents' medical reports and reading their rental agreements and going to bank appointments with them and medical doctor's appointments. And we know from the research now that children who language broker on behalf of their parents, if you language brokered for your parents between the ages of 7 and 9, you are at highest risk of experiencing mental health issues in adolescence and early adulthood because you don't get to individuate from your parents. Yeah. You don't get to individuate from your parents. And some of us individuate by running away, which was my story. Parents who, whether they immigrated or sought refuge and they had some time in the host country with access to community and resources, then have more capacity when they have children. So that by the time those children can speak and learn the language, their parents already have a grip on the lay of the land. And so that particular age group, if you language brokered for your parents between the age of 7 and 9, or ages of 7 and 9, whether it's a history of seeking refuge or seeking immigration. So I'm going to pause there because I think I just gave you a lot. And I'm just going to invite everyone just take a breath in. And exhale, long exhale, make a sound, any sound. Breathe in, if you like, reach your arms up. And then breathe out. Make a sound, any sound. The hats forward fold if it feels okay with you. Breathe in, reach up if it feels okay. And then breathe out, make a sound in your sound. Ah. Okay. Yeah. Running parallel to this, I had school teachers who weren't very culturally informed or trauma informed. And so we'd have like International Day and you bring food from home and then what would happen would be, I'd say, yeah, I'm from Vietnam. And then the school teachers would say, well, why did you leave? And I'd be like, I don't know. And then they say, well, why don't you go ask your parents? Yeah? Because you either get exposed to your parents' trauma story that's unresolved and unprocessed, yeah? Or, in my case, right, my mother would go into a traumatic homesickness response. So I'd start to ask her about home. Start to ask her about Vietnam. I'd start to ask her about the stories from my family. What was the family she had back in Vietnam? Yeah. And because my mother's response was one of like a dissociated, barely there-ness, as a child, I internalised that to mean that there is something fundamentally wrong with me and with my people and where we've come from, that my mother cannot talk about any of this. That's what I internalised, yeah? I have friends and colleagues who've talked about parents going into a rage or parents going into a blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah, please add.
It's really interesting that, because exactly the same, right, scary. That kind of made me reject my host culture massively. I wanted to disavow myself from a lot of my sort of my cultural heritage for a long time, and I can see now this lovely diagram where the rejection of that meant that I couldn't really feel, I never really felt whole, and only in my, I'm 40 now, but in my early 30s, that was the first time I started to gravitate back to my host culture, and I feel like I'm definitely on this, I started to grieve and I started to heal, and I'm only now at 40 feeling the integration where it says obviously you adopt the host culture, sorry, not host, but native culture. It's interesting, it's all coming together now, but that experience from childhood made me just want to not have anything to do with it, so I never felt whole, and I wondered why. Anyway, but that's just wanted to kind of add that.
We could be more. You can be more Vietnamese and more English and more American and more Australian and more Filipino and more Armenian and more Syrian. Yeah. Mm-hmm. More of one does not equal less of the other. Yeah. Yeah. Would anyone else like to share?
Got quite a funny story. When you started talking about learning native customs, and I'm kind of like, no, we didn't. But we did, because at one grandparent's house, the Dutch ones, you had to finish your plate of food, because otherwise it was an insult to the chef, to my grandmother. In the Indonesian grandparents' house, you always leave something on the plate. Otherwise, because there's plenty. And otherwise you're ungrateful. Now, that wasn't taught, but it was taught. Because if you emptied your plate in the wrong house, they kept piling it on. And in the other place, if you left something, it was like, don't you like my cooking? So, yeah, so that was the thing that was taught but not taught.
Yes. And they couldn't actually talk about the Dutch famine No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Identify native and host. Especially like Singapore, Malaysia, you know, it's sort of part of the British Empire.
So the folks on the Zoom room can hear you. Thank you.
Just trying to differentiate what is native and host may not be that simple either.
Mm-hmm.
And but from a family perspective, I think we grew up with a lot of ambivalence from my parents about, on the one hand, being Australian and integrating or assimilating and so on, and on the other hand, to remember, you know, our own culture. And if we've deviated one way, too much of Australian, then it was like, pull you back to the other way. And I'm trying to reflect a bit more, like, where is Australia currently at? It's still a very racist country, and the hierarchy of, I think you mentioned, Linda, about migrants and refugees, very much so. You are part of a good migrant story, or basically, you know, you're just taking up space and you should really go back home, and you're not grateful, and so on and so on and so on. It's the same narrative. You know, we haven't really matured or evolved, or whatever word we want to choose to use, since the White Australia policy. Never mind, you know, I can't even speak to the Indigenous culture in Australia. But in my work, when we are dealing with people from different groups and refugees, and even using interpreters, and the servers, oh, no, you know, the so-and-so child can interpret. Oh, yes, or even adult child. And I'll just draw the line and say no. And siblings interpreting I say no. It is an awful burden. So if you work in any service that's trying to save money, put your foot down. Because it's just, you know, it just perpetuates this, doesn't it, as you say, which is not, just not on. That's just my kind of thoughts, I suppose. And maybe I just flit in between the categories as well. Thank you.
I feel like with my personal experience, especially when I was younger and like in my teen years, it was definitely a rejection of the native culture and like a kind of pressure to assimilate. And then now I feel like I'm on the other end of it, where through my work, so I'm a journalist, so like through interviewing Afghans, it's like really sort of enhancing that feeling of like finding home within those conversations and within just, those interactions kind of. But I'm almost kind of, I don't know, like as in I feel like because for so long I felt like I had to reject my native culture, I'm unwilling to, now I want to almost like reject the host culture for a bit, especially when you kind of consider the colonial context and like how much Britain, the US has done to Afghanistan and like all other kind of former colonies and so on and so forth. It's like, I don't know, there's this feeling of if I were to accept the host culture, then it's like I'm almost succumbing to that history and that heritage. And I don't know, I'm still in the process of trying to find a way to bridge those two gaps between almost like East and West, or like North and South. But I guess it's ongoing and never ending in a way, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's not a compartmentalised off-grid. It's a living, breathing experience. Yeah. Okay. Yes.
I just thought I'd add into the mix, because understandably, either some of us in this room just can't resonate with this, whether that's because you're from here and you can say you're from the native culture. I guess I'm then a different tier of mixed heritage, but not of heritage of the land I live and was born on, in. And so I appreciate what this speaks to and how this helps. And I guess what I'm trying to say is growing up, when you feel like, well, nobody really, it's not that nobody wants to take ownership for you, but you can which is also a privilege. Feel like you can mix into different groups, but then at the same time, no group encompasses you. Is why I'm a person who is like you hold multitudes. So yeah, I agree with what you were saying about what does the host and native mean, because I can definitely, I resonate with this, but I also resonate with this. I think people can resonate with this in different aspects of their identity. So I think it's interesting, but yeah, in context, it does make sense. But yeah, how does it impact all, and what do we place the most importance on? And I guess that's for the individual and what their story is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I think through my experience, I think that when we are talking about refugees and we talk about, we are talking about minorities. They are minorities because of the complexity of their backgrounds, they are minorities because of their ideology, they are minorities. I'm not talking about numbers, I'm talking about majorities that have access to education, power, politics in the country. Because, for example, the example is quite simple. I mean, Iraq before was a majority Sunni, in inverted commas, and minority Shiite, when the population was 60-40%. I mean, there were more Shiites than Sunnis, but the Shiites didn't have access to education, etc., etc. So minorities are very complex in terms of many things. One of the things that you have spoken is about the issue of the dimension of chronology. And the issue is that some of these minorities have been persecuted for many, many, many years. Okay, they have developed cultures that they are very close, very tight, and very needed for the survival. But what happens when these cultures are not really compatible with the current issues in terms of aspirations of most societies, in terms of human rights of the children, human rights of the women, human rights. So because sometimes we idealize culture as something that it is monolithic, and maybe for some cultures, and I mean, you have to respect them, but at the same time, they are putting indefinitively in positions that they are quite likely to clash with the values of the societies that they are going to be host. And that presents another problem. I think that people that work with refugees and minorities and so on, which is, what do you do in these particular cases when the idealized culture, it is really a contributor of the unhappiness of the people of that community, or a sector of that community. Could be women, could be children, could be people with disability. And I mean, what happens then, and how it is the work that we have to do differently. And I think that presents many, many problems, you know. And the other thing is that I think that it is important that, because as you said, it is a dynamic problem in every single aspect, in terms of the dealing with the trauma, dealing with grief. But there is, I think that the very important thing, trauma happens in a social, political, religious, and cultural context. And it is important to understand that, as you have explained before. But at the same time, it is important that people resettle or go to countries, or to the first country of asylum, could be a refugee camp, or could be even displacement within the country. And because they are minorities, may not be welcome in that place. And refugee camps have their own culture and subcultures, according to the different people that they are there. Because another problem in my perspective is that, and I think that you brought the problem, the issue that sometimes you don't.
Yeah. I'm just going to interrupt because we're entering into the lunch break.
Yeah, okay. But I wanted to say is that sometimes the cultures that they are in the country are as well not welcoming the new people because they belong to a different time of the trauma and the issues and the problems. So I was trying to make two clashes. One is when the culture is in contradiction with the vision of human rights, and the other one is when the cultures that they are already living in the country that comes from the same background are in clash.
There are tension points, and our role as therapists is to be a bridge between cultures, just like we're a bridge between generations. Yeah, and I know that you're talking about this from a more macro perspective, but in terms of, be a bridge between cultures, be a bridge between generations. Yeah, in the ways that you can be. And then I just want to leave you with something for when you come back from the break. To hold space for the grief over the price of freedom. I wish someone had have helped my parents to grieve the price of freedom. And that's where we'll begin when we come back from the break. Yeah. Please take care of yourselves during the lunch break. We've got a full 90 we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Hold the ground as they reach for the sky. fumble and stumble. You're like, trees grow slow and trees grow strong. Trees sway with the wind their whole lives long. And trees hold the ground as they reach for the sky. And fallen trees still feed the seeds they cast before they die. Trees grow slow, trees grow strong, trees sway with the wind their whole lives long. Ground and sky. Trees hold the ground as they reach for the sky. And fallen trees still feed the seeds they cast before they die. And fallen trees still feed the seeds they cast before they die. So if you like, you can whisper the words as an offering. Trees grow slow, trees grow strong, trees sway with the wind their whole lives long. Trees hold the ground as they reach for the sky. And fallen trees still feed the seeds they cast before they die. Repeat the last line. And the fallen trees still feed the seeds they cast before they die. Allow the spirit and the medicine of the song to move through. And allow the spirit and the medicine of the song to move through. And if you like, we can take a seat. So I just want to name there are folks who are here this morning who aren't here now, and folks who've joined into the space. And I'm just going to keep going with the material that I have organised for you. Yeah. So this morning we looked at this big Venn diagram. Yeah. And then the other salient point from this morning is cultural and immigrant adjustment strategies. Mm-hmm. I thought I'd start with sharing a story. A story from 2 years ago. You lost a war. You lost a war, we lost our country. So as a former child refugee from Vietnam, as a child, like people, Anglo-Australians would come down to my eye height level and like hold my face. And they'd say, "My child, you lost your country." And I had absolutely no idea what that meant. No idea. And it's a bit screwed up, right, to tell a child like you lost your country. But anyway, it's just stuck with me all these years. And then somewhere it's only 2 years ago, I'm 47 now, I watched a reel on YouTube, and I finally understood what it meant to lose your country. Yeah. And in it, this reel, there was a South Vietnamese man, and he talked about how as the communists came southbound, he fled, right? And he got on one of those little boats and he made it out to a big boat, which was a South Vietnamese vessel naval vessel that was stationed off the coast. And this boat then became jam-packed with over 14,000 Vietnamese people. And they're all on the boat. The communists still keep sweeping southbound. And then on April 30, 1975, there was an announcement that was made over the loudspeaker of this boat. And that announcement was that the president had declared surrender. The war was over. And then there was this moment of pause. What do we do? There's 14,000 of us on this boat, and the South Vietnamese president has just declared surrender. So it was decided that that boat would go to the Philippines, restock and refuel, and then go to Guam, and then planes to the United States. However, there was a slight problem. When you get into international waters, maritime law says that you have to fly the flag of your sovereign nation. And South Vietnam no longer existed as a sovereign nation. And so in a very solemn and respectful way, because there were US military on the boat as well, they decided to lower the South Vietnamese flag and to lift the US flag so that they wouldn't be breaking international maritime law. And this man then recounted how it became a spontaneous act of collective grief, that everyone started singing the national anthem of South Vietnam as the South Vietnamese flag was being lowered, because South Vietnam no longer existed as a sovereign nation. And that's when that thing inside of me just like burst open, and I realised that's what it means to lose your country. Like, can you imagine singing the national anthem of your nation for the last time while your flag is being lowered? And then in that moment, I took in a breath, because I realised I didn't even know the national anthem for my country that no longer exists. And in that moment, I made a vow to myself, I'm going to learn this and I'm going to sing this to my dad and my mum. And then like 2 days later, my dad calls me. And I just take in that big deep breath, because I hadn't learnt the national anthem yet, but I had printed out the words. And I took in that big deep breath and I said, hey, Dad, do you know the South Vietnamese national anthem? And he gave me this big smile, like, oh my God, my girl is actually Vietnamese after all. I haven't, all is not lost. And he said, yeah. And then he started to sing. Này công dân ơi, đứng lên đáp lời sông núi, đồng lòng cùng đi, đồng lòng cùng đi. And then he said, my child, it's been over 50 years since I've sung the national anthem. I don't remember the words. Can you remind me? Because he just assumed that I had the words, right? So then I was, này công dân ơi, đứng lên đáp lời sông núi, đồng lòng cùng đi hy sinh tiếc gì thanh sông, vì tương lai quốc dân cộng sông và có tên. We were duetting, and it was the first ever duet I'd ever sang with my dad in my entire life. And if that's the only duet I ever get to sing with my dad, it's actually more than enough. And then I played the national anthem and we sung it together, and for some, like the music actually then made it real. And I had been looking up various versions of the Vietnamese anthem, like there's the patriotic version with brass and drums, and then there was a version with elegantly dressed Vietnamese young people, like beautiful, in a choir. And as the camera panned the audience of the older generation, I could see them mouthing the long-lost words to a long-lost nation. And I knew that look of pain on their faces because it was a look of pain that I had seen on my parents' faces their entire lives. And that was when I began to reckon with the grief over the price of freedom. That for my parents, there was a grief over the price of freedom that was unacknowledged for them. And part of that grief is, so you know how I've been saying that for refugees, home ceased to exist long before we actually left. And there's no home to go back to. And there's something that breaks inside a parent when you realise that you cannot protect your child from the world, and the only way to actually protect them from a world and give them a better life is to risk your life and theirs. And my parents would not, there was no way they could have known ahead of time all that they could not pass on to me and my sister in life in a new country. And I could then feel their pain moving through my body of all of those times during my childhood and adolescence and adulthood where there was just so much grief there. And because my parents couldn't share with me their culture, because culture can only be shared, they had to tell me what it meant to be Vietnamese. And you can't tell culture. It ends up becoming like, an expectations that you're pushing onto your child. And that rupturing that we had in our family actually began to become repaired through that grief. And then as I moved through that grief, I then experienced the grief of what it would have been like to raise your children far from home and far from ancestors and far from elders. Yeah, as a child growing up in Australia, I had always heard from Anglo-Australians that you're so lucky you made it out with your family. And it never sat with me right because a nuclear family is not a family in my culture, and it only took me, it took me another 30 years to realise that. Yeah. And I was then able to recognise the grief of my parents and all that they'd left behind, and the immensity with raising 2 children in a land far from home without their ancestors to help them. But in the meantime, I was looking for love in all the wrong places growing up. Yeah, looking for love in all the wrong places. Yeah. And this is what it felt like for me growing up. This is a little video poem. I'm not getting any volume coming through. Ah, okay.
You crossed an ocean for my existence, and then you created one between us. And it's not that you didn't love me. I guess I've had to realize it's just not how I needed to feel loved. A selfish tragedy of circumstance, in which my harmonizing self thinks no one is at fault. So I write to the chasm between us. I know you did the best you could, but it just wasn't enough. You missed spectacularly, and your hard work hollowed me. And what we got was a little boy who knew he should be important, but couldn't understand why he wasn't. I needed you to ask me a question so that I could answer and show you I was alive. And in its absence, it's not that I was dead, but rather that I was insignificant. And I think that hurts more, because in death, your heart stops, but in insignificance, your heart just beats. To no rhythm other than the infinitely insignificant ticks of time. Tell me what you think about. Tell me how you learned it. Tell me about a challenge you overcame. Tell me about something you're proud of. Tell me something you're good at. Tell me something you want in a friend. Tell me something you want to be better at. Tell me something that scares you. Tell me how you need to be loved. Tell me.
Yeah, let's take a collective breath in. And slow exhale, F breath. In my time working with adult children of refugees and immigrants, the pain of neglect becomes internalized as insignificance, not mattering. And so I experienced a wonderful healing journey in my lifetime. Whoop, next one. Where I got to connect to other adult children. So adult children of veterans with PTSD, I realised I had much in common with. The vicarious traumatisation of living with a traumatised parent who is recounting and reliving horrific experiences. And with that vicarious trauma comes also a sense of numbing out from your own parent's trauma story. And then there's the auto-hypnoid storytelling, juxtaposed against narrative silence, which we talked about this morning. And then there was a research study that actually looked at Vietnamese parents, Sri Lankan parents, and I think there was one other cultural group, about how we internalised, how for Vietnamese parents, the children internalised that narrative silence as a sense of being shut down or shut out. Yeah? And a child without an origin story is bereft and untethered in the world. And our parents are supposed to give us an origin story. Yeah. And I feel like I've spent my entire life seeking an origin story and reclaiming an origin story. Yeah. And then the research around adult children of Holocaust survivors. So I'll give you the frame. I'm in graduate school. I decided that I wanted to learn about intergenerational trauma, and the only research papers that were out there was about adult children of Holocaust survivors. So I'm reading these papers, and I'm reading the list of symptoms, right, of adult children of Holocaust survivors, and I experienced such resonance with it. And then in that moment, I had that gasp. Not that I ever want to conflate the Holocaust experience with my parents' experience, nowhere near close. However, it made me realise that my parents were traumatised. And prior to that, and I'm like 35 at this point in time, prior to that, it had not occurred to me that my parents were traumatised and that had had an impact on me. And there was a pervasive loneliness and a pervasive internal emptiness that was reported in adult children of Holocaust survivors that I could really resonate with. And it was what Jeff Vu talked about in that poem. And in that poem, Jeff Vu talked about that emptiness, right? That sense of internal emptiness, just wanting to be asked something, anything, so that he could become known and so that he could be real. Hi, Ruby. Yeah, hi, Amber. Compensatory fantasies. Yeah, so wanting to redeem what your parents had been through, to fulfill their hopes and wishes and losses and longings. I realised as an adult that as a child I was burdened with being the bridge of hope between the pervasive struggles that my parents had been through and their ancestors. And I was that bridge of hope, and it's just too much to ask a child. Yeah. And yet I also know that this is common in other family systems, not just refugee families. Yeah. There's also feelings of over-identification and fused identity with our parents, so that enmeshment with our parents' pain. Yeah. And then that enmeshment with our parents' identity and the ways in which their identity stopped growing, yeah, beyond a certain age. I remember when I got to, I think, 19, there was weirdness that started happening between me and my mum, like more than what was there. And then at some point I realised, 19 was when my mum left Vietnam. And she couldn't parent me beyond what she hadn't experienced. Yeah. And yet prior to that, I was asked to be the parent that she didn't have, and the companion that she didn't have, and the best friend that she didn't have, because they were all left behind in Vietnam. And so that all contributes to the feelings of over-identification that we can experience with our parents, which then, I mean, for me, when at the age of 15, I was involved in the juvenile justice system. I was expelled from school. Like, it was just that I need some breathing space. I need to individuate. Yeah. And this is common in our community. Impaired self-esteem stemming from minimisation of offspring's own life experiences in comparison to the parental trauma. Yeah. Our dog eats better than our relatives in Vietnam. Yeah. At least we're not getting bombs dropped on us anymore. You know, by the time, the other version of the story is, by the time I was your age, I was working in a coal mine and had to walk 10 miles to school to work every day and back, carrying, 50-pound sacks of wheat. Yeah, right. Like we have all inherited some form of minimisation of our own lived experiences as children. A tendency towards catastrophising. Right. So I experience love as worry. And it's a part of my own counter-transferential material when I'm working with clients who worry a lot. Yeah, and it's okay, I can name that now, but I so wish that my parents had other ways of showing their love for me other than worrying. Yeah. And then worry that parental traumas will be repeated on oneself. So I name this for myself as well as for other children of refugees and refugees. When Trump gained office in the United States, and then now the potentiality that he might gain office again, so many of us in the diaspora population, as well as those who have diaspora in our ancestry, we've made plans. Yeah, I have friends who saw this coming and applied for passports and citizenship through their grandparents' EU citizenships. And yeah, people just getting ready to leave if they have to leave. Yeah, so that's part of that fear. That we inherit, that we carry with us. And then behavioural disturbances such as experiencing anxiety, traumatic nightmares, dysphoria, guilt, hypervigilance, and difficulties in interpersonal functioning, because we were raised by parents whose nervous systems were like this, or like this. A child who learns to self-regulate on their own, has self-regulated through fear. Self-regulated through fear. And to weave back in something that I said earlier this morning, a child who wants their parents, that comes from a place of desperation. Yeah? And so we then learn to self-regulate on our own from this place of fear, but also because we desperately don't want to feel that desperation ever again. And it becomes its own internal straitjacket. And yet, we learned to code switch. We learned imposter syndrome so that we can look like we're functioning and functional in the world. Yes, Ruby? I sure can. Yes, no, I can raise... Oh, yes, I can. And Herbie's got me too. Thank you, Ruby, for asking for what you need. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would you like to share a little bit more about what you mean when you say self-regulate and fear?
Yeah. Our parents are supposed to be there to co-regulate us. Yeah, feelings are physical sensations. So when we experience feelings that are overwhelming for us, then we need someone else to be there to co-regulate with us and for us. And yet for many of us, our parents weren't available or weren't there emotionally or physically. So we then learn to self-regulate or self-soothe from a place of fear and aloneness. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then we move through the world not getting what we didn't get. So we don't get what we didn't get. And then we don't know how to let in support or help or care from others. Yeah. And also our survival strategy has been taking care of our parents so that that they will take care of us. Or taking care of our parents so that our parents won't be overwhelmed. Yeah. And yet that has a secondary gain on our own nervous systems. Mm-hmm. Yeah. At some point in my addiction recovery, I fell into adult children of alcoholics and others raised in family of origin dysfunction. And my parents aren't alcoholics. Yeah. And yet there was family of origin dysfunction because every single trait of adult children of alcoholics applied to me and applied to our family system. So unmet developmental dependency needs can result in adaptive survival strategies. Let me unpack that with you. As children, we have emotional and physical dependency needs. Yeah. We have physical dependency needs, consistency, predictability, reliability in terms of nurturing, warmth, food, touch, hydration. And so children whose physical dependency needs aren't met well enough, they experience distress on their own. There's wanting from a place of desperation. So adaptively, we learn to disconnect from our own needs. We disconnect from our own bodies. And so what happens is we develop a survival-oriented relationship to our needs. The first one being denial. I don't have needs, what are you talking about? Yeah. And then when we do experience that we have a need, we go into fight or flight about it. I have a need, get out of my way. It feels like life or death when I actually experience myself as needing something. Some of us go into the need, rage, shame addiction cycle. Need, rage, shame addiction cycle. Yeah. And for some of us, we bypass the rage, we go need, shame, addiction. And for some of us, we bypass the shame, we go need, addiction. When I was in the throes of my addiction, as soon as there was a need, that was where I would turn to fill that need. And then for some of us, it's need rage, as in the rage is the addictive cycle in and of itself. So it can be need rage blame addiction, yeah, and blame can be blame outwards or blame inwards. Yeah, self-loathing, self-criticism, self-hate, self-judgment. And then for some of us, it's need shame is the addiction cycle. I have a need, oh my God, why do I have needs? And then I shame myself for having needs. And then for some of us, with that survival-oriented relationship to our needs, we actually externalise it. So someone else has a need, I'm going to advocate for you. I'm going to fight for you. Yeah, so the whiff of the sniff of someone else having a need, boom, I'm there. Yeah? Or we can go into flight about it. As soon as someone else has a need, I'm unavailable. Yeah? Yeah. Yeah. So that's physical dependency needs. And then we have emotional dependency needs. Time is love. Yeah. Children who don't get enough time with their parents engage in connection-seeking behaviour. It might be experienced as attention-seeking behaviour, but it's connection-seeking behaviour. Time is love. We need guidance and protection and discipline from our parents. Guidance, protection and discipline. Where our parents meet us where we're at so that we get the support that we need that's scaffolded. And then this builds an internal sense of confidence and competence. And when you have an internal compass, an internal sense of competence and confidence, then you're not looking outside of yourself for a sense of, am I okay? Yeah. And then this builds a sense of healthy self-esteem and self-worth. Self-esteem is what I think about myself. Self-worth is how I feel toward myself. Yeah. And somewhere within there, within the physical and emotional dependency needs, is the need for touch. And so children need that safe, nurturing, protective touch, a body, a nervous system that's available to them for them to go to for co-regulation. And when that body isn't available, then touch becomes sexualized and or touch becomes a violation of boundaries, depending on other contexts in that child's life. Yeah. It is really distressing for me on a certain level when I'm working with some veterans and some survivors of torture, that one of the sequelae of that is just not being able to be touched at all, even by their children. Yeah, it's like it's painful. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have a physical dependency needs, emotional dependency needs. And notice what happens in your body when I say emotional dependency needs or physical dependency needs. Yeah. And so for some of us, because there has never been the experience of safety within dependency, we will do anything to not experience dependency ever again. Yeah. And yet we adapt. We develop these adaptive survival strategies, first being denial, the next being control. Being able to predict and control means that I can protect or prevent. Perfectionism is also another adaptive strategy, because perfectionism may actually get me time or attention or love with my caregiver. Perfectionism can also be the ways in which I protect myself from feeling shame or feeling the feelings I do anything not to feel ever again. All or nothing thinking, so that binary thinking, if not this then that, and we have to be able to do it like that. Yeah? Survival strategy. And then we also want to, how do I describe it? Verticalized relationships. Yeah, so the inability to engage in relationships with others as equals. We're always putting people above us or putting people below us. Or we're assessing, and then we'll put someone above. Yeah. Or we automatically put folks below, or we automatically assume the bottom position. So it's that one up, one down position. And so we can vacillate between overconfidence that we needed to develop in order to survive and self-loathing. Yeah. Because there isn't a coherent, stable sense of self. And once again, we frame that within the social political context of identities marginalised by society and the messages that we get about our identities. I'm so glad you had those adaptive survival strategies that also include imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome, yeah. The interactive dynamics of alcoholic families absolutely applied to my family, which I'll go into in a sec. And then we talked about this morning, homeostasis, collusion, and impaired mourning as two qualities or dynamics of under-resourced families. And so here, interactive dynamics of alcoholic families. Don't talk about family problems. Don't talk about feelings openly. Maintain family secrets by limiting communications outside the home. Nothing is ever good enough, but you're still expected to strive for unobtainable perfection. You have to work for the benefit of others, and you can't be selfish. Do what I say and not what I do. And above all else, avoid conflict with the parents. Summed up as don't talk, don't trust, don't feel. And when I was in graduate school, I learnt that don't trust, don't talk, don't feel are the interactive dynamics of alcoholic families and dysfunctional families, and there was a rage that moved through me. That I didn't have the words or the training or the education to be able to describe in detail. But what I know now is that don't talk, don't trust, don't feel is how you survive under communism, under fascism, under any sort of authoritarian regime. It's how you survive when you inhabit a queer identity in a part of the world that will vilify you for that. Yeah? My Russian friends would talk about how their parents would say the walls have ears. And within the communist system, the child then goes to school and becomes indoctrinated into communist philosophy. And so you cannot trust your children. Yeah? When you are trying to flee your country and you know that if people heard about that, it would be terrible for your family's ability to escape, you don't talk, you don't trust, you don't feel. Yeah. And yet decontextualised over time, being a child raised in those family dynamics, there was so much loss and longing and need and yearning to be able to talk about things with my parents and have my feelings be held and to be able to feel that sense of trust there. My parents also speak Jiuzhou and Hokkien, and I did too as a small child. And we spoke Vietnamese, but my parents would have like the secret language that they would use to speak with each other. Yeah, and that is really common in many refugee and immigrant homes, that the parents will have their own language and then there's the language that we'd speak together. Yeah. But what my parents were doing was they were trying to protect me. Yeah. And because they're stuck in time, they're still staying in that protective place of we're not going to share. You know, we're not going to talk about this with our children. And then within the racialised identity, within an identity that is marginalised by society, within that need to save face, within that we've received enough help, we don't need more help. It was humiliating enough to receive that help. We don't want more help, right? And this was implicit messaging. So then the family system starts to close in even more, where we get the dynamics of don't talk about family problems with anyone outside the home. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. And then these can also be cultural survival traits. So for example, nothing is ever good enough and you're supposed to strive for the benefit of others. That's how our people survived. Yeah? It just becomes decontextualised over time. Mm-hmm. And then especially for assumed female bodies who bear the brunt and the weight and the burden. Yeah. Because typically the men go off to war, or the men are the ones sent to the re-education camps, yeah? And so for many of our peoples, we survived because the women kept disconnecting to their own needs and putting the needs of others first, others first, others first, others first, others first. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I actually experienced a lot of relief and a lot of healing in the 12-step fellowship Adult Children of Alcoholics through their reading material as well as through the research that's available on this population. And truth be told, it was actually really wonderful for me to do my healing journey in this way, because if I had been exposed to other Vietnamese people who are moving through all of this, it would have been too much for me. Yeah, I needed to have like a little bit of separation, because the internalized shame that I had experienced because of within culture rejection would have caused for too much of my own transferential material to be projected onto other Vietnamese bodies or Asian bodies in the space. Yeah, for me. Mm-hmm. The attachment researchers, Mary Main and Eric Hess, children of parents with unresolved losses. So parents who have unresolved losses, and with trauma comes loss. Yeah, with trauma comes grief, yeah. Parents who have unresolved losses, that has it's found to be the key factor that impedes child development, because parents aren't able to be developmentally appropriate with the child. Parents can be frightened and or frightening, traumatised and or traumatising. And then from the research around adult children of Holocaust survivors, so the impact of parents with PTSD on their offspring. And I'm not going to go through the research, I'm going to show you the research around, which one is it? The male rodent stress study. Male rat, the smell, I think it's of roses. So male rat, smell of roses, electroshock. Smell of roses, electroshock. Smell of roses, electroshock. Yeah, so you have the negative conditioning. Yeah, the Pavlovian conditioning. So then the smell of roses, the rat would start to go into that startle response, like, oh my God, I'm about to get electroshocked. Male rat has offspring. Offspring never exposed to electroshocks, gets exposed to the smell of roses, goes into a startle response. Next generation, never exposed to electroshock, exposed to the smell of roses, startle response. Next generation. So the great grand pups. And I actually found this study to be absolutely fascinating because it's in service of survival, right? The whiff of the sniff of the, yeah, that we actually, there's an echo, there's a body echo. And so the echo of our ancestors stay with us. I have friends who are the descendants of enslaved Africans who, learning to swim and learning how to free dive as an act of reclamation. And you add on top of that the segregation in swimming pools, yeah, that many black bodies don't know how to swim and are also fearful, desperately fearful of water. And so knowing that there's a reason for this, yeah, that is living on. Yeah. And within all of this is the inverted parent-child relationship. So, the burden of being a burden. So this is where, as a child, my parent experienced holes in their roles, and there was also a lack of support in the community. So I became parentified as a child, meaning that as a child I had to take on the roles and the responsibilities of an adult. I needed to take care of my parents so that they'd take care of me. And so when you're not wanted and delighted in, then we surrogate and we substitute with the feeling of feeling needed, because that gets us validation and approval. It gets us not overlooked. It gets us not invisible. And yet somewhere in there, we experience the burden of being a burden. Yeah. Because there are times when we can't take care of ourselves and our parents' needs. Yeah. We get being wanted and being needed confused, and then it becomes a setup for being exploited, yeah, for re-victimisation later on in life, because someone can actually seduce us, love bomb us, give us positive affirmation. Like there's warmth without intention. Yeah, if you think of a matrix of high warmth, high intention, low intention, Patrick Carnes's work. Yeah, if you have had a void of being delighted in, then someone can have high warmth, low intention, and we fall for that. Yeah. What else? I talked about the mental health risk factors associated with childhood language brokering this morning. Yes. And then also somewhere in here I started realising that it wasn't just the adultified child phenomenon, it was also the infantilised child phenomenon. And I actually started noticing this when I was working with descendants of residential school survivors. So I live in Fairbanks, Alaska. I work with the Indigenous population, and as I started working with people who were the children of residential school survivors, we started talking about things and realising, oh, Dad got sent away to residential school when he was 5. He doesn't know how to relate to himself or to me once I got older than 5. So as a grown-ass adult, I'm being infantilized. Yeah. I also see this outside of the refugee family dynamic. I see this also when parents are survivors of childhood sexual abuse, the infantilization of the next generation. Mm-hmm. And then all of this creates a context within which grieving is not possible. Yeah. And grief is the way home when home itself is lost. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so we didn't experience love as attunement. We experienced love as sacrifice. Yeah. Yeah. And this also applies for parents who lived through the Great Depression. Right? Like if you lived through the Great Depression as a small child during that period of time, or through periods of famine, if you lived through the Dust Bowl, then you would also have experienced love not as attunement, but love as sacrifice. And then it's also the pervasive messaging throughout childhood of all that we've lost, or all that I've left behind. And because our parents don't know how to grieve, they're just talking about all that they've left behind, or the way things were back then. And a child experiences that as a burden. Yeah. And a child isn't supposed to be able to help a parent be able to grieve, or to be able to help a parent through their truncated grief. Yeah. It's no surprise many of us become therapists. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so intergenerational trauma is more than the cycles of addiction and insecure attachment and domestic violence. Intergenerational trauma is the loss of the conditions necessary for grief and mourning to be supported. Yeah? Mm-hmm. And many of us as therapists actually haven't done our own grief work, and I say that with so much love and compassion in my voice. I hope you can feel it, like the warmth and care in naming that. Because we have siloed ourselves off, where grief is like hospice, and maybe like divorce, and maybe like the ambiguous grief of your child being having an addiction. Yeah, that you've lost someone who's still alive, and there's an ambiguous grief there, or a parent with dementia, right? Ambiguous grief. Yeah, but there are so many layers here of grief, and we can't grieve our losses unless they're named. And we live in a socio-cultural, political context where only certain narratives and voices and stories get airtime, get published. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And that's changing. That's changing. So, if trauma is inescapability, then grief is the ultimate inescapable emotion. So grief can cause a trauma response. And so it makes sense that so many of us are reticent to move towards our grief, because once we go there, it is inescapable. Like, you have to let yourself surrender into the, as a physical, visceral wailing from the soul. Because when we're talking about traumatic grief, traumatic homesickness, traumatic disruption, traumatic loss, what we're talking about is a rupture of the soul. And your worldview has changed. Your sense of safety in the world has changed. And so grief can cause a trauma response, and grief is also an unfixable situation. So witnessing grief is the ultimate offering of meaning. All grief needs is witnessing. And yet for trauma survivors, exposure equals death. And I'm going to pause on the grief is an unfixable situation, because for many of us it's not fight, flight, freeze, it's fight, flight, fix. Yeah, as adult children of alcoholics, adult children of veterans, adult children of refugees and immigrants, adult children of traumatised or traumatising parents, we're great at fixing. We had to do it all by ourselves. And then we end up moving into a fix-it profession. Yeah. Grief is an unfixable situation. And the whiff of sniff of a nervous system becoming dysregulated, we go into fixing. Yeah. All grief needs is witnessing. And yet for trauma survivors, exposure equals death. Being witnessed, being seen, being heard, being known equals danger. And so to have our grief even be named and witnessed is in and of itself huge. So grief is not a problem to be solved. It's not a condition to be medicated, but rather it's a deep encounter with an essential experience of being human. Grief becomes problematic when the conditions needed to help us work with grief are absent. And this isn't just absent within our families, it's also absent culturally. We live in a society that's replete with mechanisms for amnesia and anaesthesia. Suck it up, stuff it down, keep moving forward. What have you got to cry about? Why don't you just get another one? There's more fish in the sea. And be grateful. Yeah. Francis Weller invites us to consider apprenticing ourselves to sorrow. Yeah. And in many ways, I believe as therapists, we're actually apprenticing ourselves to shame, to fear, to terror, to horror, to existential despair, and to grief. And when we apprentice ourselves to these big emotions, yeah, an apprenticeship is with a great and holy and mighty teacher who is invited as a holy guest to the table, and please, may I sit at your feet and learn from you. And yet where have our elders gone? Where have our cultures and our traditions and our rituals gone? Yeah.
Where do you think gratitude does fit within grief, and is there a way to bridge the two emotions?
Yes. Gratitude is a byproduct of grief. Otherwise it's spiritual bypass. Oh. The emptying oneself of that grief. After that grief has moved through, it's like Persephone going into the underworld to look for her daughter. Yeah? And grief is a liminal space. We're going into the underworld of our souls, of the collective soul. And all liminal spaces are thresholds, and thresholds are holy ground. We're going into the unknown and the unknowable territory of the human experience and the human psyche. And we purge ourselves of all of that pain. And on the other side of that, gratitude naturally emerges, joy naturally emerges. There is a very fine line between grief and joy. In grief groups, I've often started with laughter yoga, and then at some point with the laughter yoga, with the moving of the diaphragm, yeah. Then the laughter then trips into grief, yeah. And then we just all cry together, and then we let the grief move through with the same body. The body's doing the same thing with laughter as what it's doing with grief. Yeah, and then we shift back into laughter, back into grief. Yeah. You're welcome. Melita, yeah, yes, please grab the microphone so the folks online can hear you.
I can imagine that the fear is that if you sit too long in grief with the person, then psychopathology occurs, so depression, et cetera, et cetera.
I contend that when we don't grieve, psychopathology occurs. When I worked in addiction recovery in an intensive outpatient program, I would actually have folks write down their grief and loss history, and then I'd have them write down their drug-a-log. Drug-a-log. Their using history. Yeah. Yes. And I also get that for many people, it's the experience of if I start crying, I'm not going to stop. Yeah. And so some of that which we carry is not meant to be held individually. It's meant to be held in a collective communal experience. And so that's where, for me personally, I have found the West African tradition, the grief ritual of the Dagara people that has made its way to the United States. That's where I do my own grief work. Yeah, where we have a space, an altar space, where we go to the altar and we wail, we cry. There's someone that goes in there with us. And here the village is drumming and dancing and singing and creating a soundscape so that when we're crying and wailing, yeah, there's sound there. And there's someone who's there with me who'll hold me or touch me or just be present with me in whatever ways that I need. And over here there's a sacred rage pit where I can pick up the baton and just like wail and just cuss and wail and yeah. And it's purely somatic. It's purely somatic. Yeah. Grief is very close friends with rage and very close friends with terror. And so especially when there's traumatic loss, we don't let ourselves grieve because we know that there's like terror right beneath the surface, or we don't let ourselves grieve because there's rage that's right beneath the surface. And for many of us, our symptoms of unresolved grief is actually being a rageaholic. Yeah, that the rage is the only way we know how to express our grief. For what? Yeah.
Much easier.
Much easier. It's so much easier. So much easier. Yes. Yeah. Yes.
Thank you so much for your words and knowledge, wisdom. I relate to the notions of like independent tendencies as an immigrant. And you talked about using the 12-step system in the like AA to find sort of like a path to resemblance to people that of alcoholic parents or alcoholic themselves. I wonder, you know, when I learn about the 12-step program, and I might be wrong, but there is this sense of like that this is your responsibility and that it is up to you to take on this path and do your healing, and you know, there's this sense of like it is up to you and it is your responsibility, and you know, it feels very patriarchal, male, hierarchical, you know, that type of path.
Yes.
And I kind of feel that I have this tendency of be like, I kind of want to like steer away from that because it just makes me feel again hyper independent. You know, it goes back to like my mom telling me like, it is my responsibility to do this, to navigate a new country and to navigate a new space. So how do you, like, does this resonate? And if so, how do you relate with that, or like how do you navigate that?
Yes, and you don't see the world as the world is, you see the world as you are.
The world is yours?
You don't see the world as the world is, you see the world as you are. Yeah. You don't see the world as the world is, you see the world as you are. So that frame of hyper-independence becomes the lens through which we see the world and through which we then interpret. Yes. And so that's how you're then going to see the program.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And then finding community that can help you to take the foot off, and then to work with it with other people. Yeah, you're not doing it by yourself, you're doing it with other people. But a lot of people come to 12-step programs, it's like, I'm going to buy the books, and I'm going to read the literature, and I'm going to do it all by myself over here, and I'm not going to get a sponsor, and I'm not going to turn up to meetings, or I'll turn up to meetings, but I'm going to talk to anyone. Yeah. Yeah. And it's okay.
Yeah.
Right, it's okay. Yeah. So, yeah. And then take what works for you and leave the rest. What have we got? We've got half an hour. Perfect. Any other questions or comments? Or from folks online? Yes. Yes, Omar.
Yeah, thank you for Ian inviting us to talk about grief as an ingredient for healing, because many times our grief gets either interrupted or dismissed. And you know, maybe just coming from my home country, Libya, when my mom died and I was away for 12 years because I was an asylum seeker, you know, my siblings, in a way, they thought maybe my grief was not authentic because I was away from home, and I was able to work through that because of my secure relationship with mom. And then because of what happened in my home country, civil war and stuff like that, people died, and in my religion, we believe people go to paradise and there's a hereafter, stuff like that. So people would say, don't grieve them because now you're insulting God. And I said, you know, I have secure relationship with God, so thank you very much for that. But the one that I'm struggling with right now since October 7 is the relationship that we have with our survivor guilt. Every time I try to talk about Palestine, people are saying, what about October 7? What about, you know, why don't you talk also about the Israelis? And I say, I'm talking about both. I'm grieving October 7, but I'm also grieving October 6 and 8. And so many times when I try to speak about that in, you know, on my platforms like LinkedIn, or people will say, no, you're going to be canceled, you're not going to be invited to speak, you're going to lose your job, you're going to lose opportunities. And I'm struggling with that. I'm struggling with my survivor guilt when children are dying every day and we cannot voice that. So any words of wisdom for the current situation in the Middle East?
People in power will reinforce hierarchy and stereotypes in order to make inequality and discrimination and oppression seem inevitable and natural. Yeah. And we need to speak up and let our voices be heard. Yeah. Sure. The people in power will make hierarchies and stereotypes seem natural in order to make discrimination and oppression and inequality seem inevitable and to justify that inevitability. And we need to raise our voices because collectively we have a voice. Yeah. And to centre the children of Gaza is what is needed in this moment. But in terms of working with survivor guilt and vicarious survivor guilt, It's something that we recognise is there. We don't try and make it go away. We name it and we recognise that it is there. Because here's the thing, we will not achieve personal freedom or collective liberation by staying comfortable. Yeah. We will not achieve personal freedom or collective liberation by staying comfortable. We have to develop the capacity for discomfort and to develop a nuanced relationship with discomfort so that we can actually be able to know when we need to take ourselves out or to take care of ourselves. And this is also why I have us sitting in circle, because we are the medicine. And finding each other and knowing each other is the medicine. And as you go through the next few days of this conference, you're going to see each other in amongst the crowds. And that's all that it takes. Is seeing someone who knows, who gets it, who was here with you, who nodded when you nodded, who saw the same tears that you saw or saw your tears. Yeah.
I just want to say for my Jewish and Israeli brothers and sisters that I also grieve with them. Right now we cannot grieve because there is children who are dying on both sides, and I don't know how to invite people to the table when there's active bloodshed. People are not interested in even starting that dialogue because there are people who are being kidnapped and children who are dying every day. So how do we ever grieve and heal? Because there's no healing without the grief. It's really a struggle for the last 1 year. Today is September 11, and a few weeks is going to be October 7. Trauma is not going anywhere.
Yes, and as a trauma therapist, I really feel for the Israeli and Jewish individuals who are so in a trauma response that they can't see that they're acting from this trauma response and then double down and justify their trauma response. Right? And I actually know what that feels like in my body because I've done that too. Yeah. So it's hard on so many levels. And we know that when there's a rise in anti-Semitism, there's a rise in Islamophobia, that it goes hand in hand. Yeah, and this is where I can only hold out the hope. Please look up SAND, Science and Non-Duality. These folks have some wonderful stuff on YouTube, interviews, circles, where Palestinians and Israelis and Jews and Muslims come together, in order to really sit and be with their own grief and the grief of the other side. Hope becomes a practice. Freedom becomes a practice. Liberation becomes a practice. They're not end goals. It's not like one day we will achieve liberation. I mean, it'd be lovely. But in reality, liberation is a practice. So somewhere in amongst all of this, I think I need to talk about the missing... No, actually, I'll do that after the break. No, because we'll watch this awesome video and I'll talk about the missing experiences of development. I wrote a poem. There is a hole in my soul. I want to go home, but I don't know where home is or what home is. Some days I wander through the world feeling like I'm missing something that I've never experienced. I yearn for the truth that will take me home to myself. I'm all that I've got. And this speaks into the psychological homelessness that many of us experience. and the psychological homelessness of, irrespective of your journey of seeking refuge, whether you sought refuge from an abusive alcoholic home or you sought refuge from a conservative, religiously conservative family or part of the world, whether you sought refuge from political systems of oppression, there's a psychological homelessness that begins to thread its way through into future generations. And it's existential. Who am I? Where do I belong? Where do I fit in? What is the purpose and meaning of life? And home can be so fraught for so many of us. Yeah. So I'm just going to speak into some of the ambiguous losses that I've experienced in my life. Have you been back to Vietnam? It's not like I want $1 for every time someone's asked me that. I think I want $1 for every time I wanted to punch someone for asking me that. Yeah, and I get it. People don't have a cultural context for the circumstances around which I left Vietnam, and so they'll say, "Oh, where are you from?" And where are you really from? No, like where you know? And then I'll say, "Oh, from Vietnam," and they'll say, "Have you been back?" Right, and then 95% of the time, I say something to hope that they'll go away. Yeah. And then the conversation always becomes, "Oh, I've travelled your country, it's so beautiful." Oh my God. Yeah. Or I'm about to travel there, can you give me some travel recommendations? Vietnam's always been on my bucket list, and it's like this whole gaping thing in my chest is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah. Yeah. I did go back to Vietnam when I was 19, and I didn't know back then what I know now. And all my relatives were touching me and my sister like we were, well, they'd never met my sister, but I left when I was 2. They were touching me like I was a ghost that had come back to life, to make sure that I was real, and they were touching my parents like, yeah. And when we left Vietnam, we couldn't tell anyone. And then, so they didn't know what had happened to us. And then they found out that we had actually left. But then they couldn't grieve that we left, because knowing that we'd left and grieving that we'd left meant that they would know that the communist officials would then know that this whole entire extended family, had traitors in their family who'd left. So my family couldn't grieve us. And I'm the firstborn child of a firstborn child. And my dad couldn't go home to go back to for his mother's funeral because he was wanted by the communists. That's why he'd left, and so he couldn't go back for her funeral. He sent Mum back instead, yeah. And so that whole experience of, oh my God, you're actually real. And I know in my work with parents and children, right, what babies do is they'll reach, like they'll touch the parent, like the face in annoying ways. But that's how a child knows that they're real, is because the parent is real. You're real, that means I'm real. Yeah. And I wish I had have had the capacity back then to know that I needed to reach back so that a part of me could have come home. And I also wish that I could have reached back so that a part of them could have come home as well. Yeah. So the ambiguous losses around home and belonging. Yeah. That psychological homelessness, feeling neither here nor there, not enough of this and not enough of that. And always feeling like I need to prove myself. Yeah. And so in this space, I just want to name, you are all legitimate. You are legitimate. Because we live in a hustle culture, a grind culture that says, prove yourself, prove yourself, prove yourself. And that then becomes exacerbated, depending on the identities that we inhabit. You are already legitimate. Yeah. Mm-hmm. We can only grieve that which we place inside our circle of worthiness. So when I placed my inner child finally inside my circle of worthiness, I could then acknowledge her losses and her longings. Yeah. The childhood that I wish I could have had. The parents that I would have had if they hadn't experienced the traumas that they've experienced. Yeah. The origin story I could have had. The felt sense of accompaniment. I can also grieve what I gave up about myself that did not even get to develop in order to survive. So I can grieve my acculturation and enculturation strategies. And we all give up something to be able to survive within the patriarchy, within the cis, heteronormative, ableist, white, Christian structures. We all give something up about ourselves, including individuals who are male, cis, het, able-bodied, and Christian. And so we can grieve. And then there's ancestral grief. It's kind of big. Ancestral grief is like, it's grief for the ancestors I never got to have and never got to experience in their wholeness. Ancestral grief is also the grief of my ancestors that is unmetabolized, that passes on to each generation and to me and through me. Yeah. Whew, having feelings. At some point I started reconciling with the fact that my parents raised my sister and I without their ancestors, without their elders to help them and guide them. And once I began moving that grief through, I started having dreams about my grandpa, right? I'm the firstborn child of a firstborn child, like my grandpa. And I never got to see him again. He never got to see me again after the age of 2.5. And later on that day, I was at a gathering and a grandparent had brought their 2-year-old child to the gathering. And just the love that was there, and then for me to go, ooh, that was me and Grandpa. And then, oh God. And I had lived my life previously in the vortex of my own addiction and my own grief and my own. And then I started becoming aware that I was now moving through the grief that my grandfather had experienced over not being able to see me ever again. And so it comes in waves and it comes in layers, and that's the beauty and the richness. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So just some images. So we go stay in the side of the brain that feels. Oh, little one, I'm always with you. Oh, little one, you're always with me. Grief over the fact that trauma replaces patterns of connection with patterns of protection. Yeah. And I think we'll pause here. Would anyone like to share, or would you like to sing, or would you like something else in our 8 minutes before break? If you like, I invite you to pull your inner child towards you, perhaps even the children of the world who are suffering, whose parents may not be available for them in the ways in which they need. I behold you, beautiful one. I behold you, beautiful one. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. Let's do that again. I behold you, beautiful one. Next line. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. And let's do that again. I behold you, beautiful one. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. Next line. Let my love wash over you. Let my love watch over you. So it's wash and then watch. We got this. We got this. I behold you, beautiful one. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. Let my love wash over you. Let my love watch over you. I behold you, beautiful one. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. Let my love wash over you. Let my love watch over you. Look at all the children in this room. I behold you, beautiful ones. Make eye contact if you like. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. Let my love wash over you. Let my love watch over you. I behold you, beautiful one. I behold you, child of the earth and sun. Let my love wash over you. Let my love watch over you. Take a few breaths and let the medicine and the spirit of the song move through. We often think of intergenerational trauma as what gets passed on that shouldn't get passed on, but it's also what didn't get passed on. And when I worked in a residential treatment centre for addiction and trauma with women whose children were in custody of the state, I would teach lullabies. And I often teach lullabies to my parents and soon-to-be parents so that they have something to sing to the newborn. And we also know that with a short inhale and a long exhale, We're calming our own nervous systems. So it's actually also a gift to ourselves as new parents. And yet to also offer this as an offering from yourself to your inner child, who is worthy of and deserves so much. So I'm not going to send you off to break like in tears. It's okay, I got you. Let us do this. This is called flash technique. So if you like, I invite you to tap. Nice and gently. And nice and slow. I know you want to speed up. And then we're just going to share about something scrumdiddlyumptious that we ate in the last week. And then with every second person, I'm just going to say blink, and you're going to keep tapping and blink, 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 blink. Okay. I had the most juicy ripe mango 3 days ago in England. Yeah, blink, 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 blink.
I had some fresh sugar beans from a friend's garden. Blink.
Yes, let's blink. Blink, 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 blink. And then we can popcorn. Anyone who wants to share into the space something yummy. The best New York in your entire life. The best ramen in New York in your entire life. Blink. Blink, 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 blink.
My partner and I have been really getting into dates and dark chocolate. It's another level.
Dates and dark chocolate between lovers. Oh. Blink, 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 blink.
That night, I had for the first time a date stuffed with tahini and covered in dark chocolate.
A date stuffed with tahini and covered in dark chocolate. Blink, 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 blink. And then let's pause. Yeah, notice that breath that emerged. Your brain might be doing a little bit of flip-flopping, toing and froing. Yeah. I notice some of you connected to your back body. Yeah, it's okay. For some of you, a stretch might emerge, or a yawn, or a squeeze and take up space. Yeah. I encourage walking during this half-hour break, that bilateral, so that the right brain talks to the left brain. Yeah. Yeah. And we will meet back here at 4 o'clock, and we will talk about the missing experiences of development. I'm going to show a demo video, and we will see what happens next.
Say what that was called again.
Oh, flash technique. You're welcome. Yes. Please ask for what you need. And source our lives from its presence. Let us see the beauty every day. and source our lives from its presence. Let us see the beauty every day, and source our lives from its presence. Ah, how are we all doing? It's a long day, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well, we're in the home stretch. Let's see. So, what are we going to do here? What am I going to do? Okay. I just want to pop over to this list here of complex developmental trauma survivors. Internalized evaluation and internalized devaluation, an assaulted sense of self, learned voicelessness meaning I am screaming and no one's listening to me, and learned voicelessness also meaning I don't bother having a voice. Psychological homelessness, complex, ambiguous loss and collective grief, orientation towards survival and rage. Now, this list comes from Dr. Kenneth Hardy, and he actually calls this the invisible wounds of racialised trauma. And I think it's really important that we're aware of this, because we see this list and then we're looking for a family of origin story that might not actually be there. Yeah? You might be working with a child or an individual or an adult who exhibits all of these qualities, and you're thinking, oh, that's complex developmental trauma. I'm going to dig deep into their family of origin and uncover the source of this. It may actually be racialised trauma. It can be both too. And here's the other thing. I've also talked about this list with my clients who are neurodivergent, who are disabled, and they say, oh yeah, this also applies to us. Yeah. And with neurodivergent and disabled individuals who are raised in wonderful families, you still learn these from the society that we live in. Yeah. And so I just wanted to pause here on this, because I know that this can be kind of big. Mm-hmm. We're always internalising the judging ourselves compared to others. Where am I? Where am I? Do I fit in? Am I okay? And we're evaluating others, but we evaluate ourselves, and then we devalue ourselves. And then the flip side of that is internalised grandiosity. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so we can flip-flop back and forth between grandiosity and self-loathing, or grandiosity and devaluation. And then we also internalise the traits or the qualities of the abuser or of the personal people or culture in power. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so this repeated assault to your sense of self. Yeah. Unless we can help our clients to name this, then our clients are going to, like I did, and many of my clients do, we're going to immediately blame our parents. Yeah. Instead of going, no, this is actually the persistent, pervasive impact of chronic devaluation and devaluative messages and messaging offered by society and the systems and structures of society that cause you to feel like you don't have a voice and that you don't matter. And we've got the ladder up against the wrong wall when we're looking for the etiology of this in the parent-child attachment dynamic. So I'm just going to pause there and just field any questions. Or just, let there be a space. And yes, white men experience this too.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm thinking about what you just said about the flip side being like the grandiosity, and I forget how you said it, sort of internalizing how the other person, how the parent was, or their dynamics. I'm thinking about juvenile sex offenders that I worked with. And there's great research on how the percentage of them who were sexually offended themselves is incredibly high. And there's a lot of theory around how they're processing their own trauma through reenactment or trying to understand the different role. And there's an interesting sort of the flip side of all of these things that happens there as well. And it occurs to me that there's sort of a connection to the almost narcissistic personality that is like presenting all of these things, because that's what I think is valued by society, or it keeps me safe, what keeps my inner vulnerable self from being seen. So if I feel voiceless, I act grandiose so that no one sees my voicelessness. If I feel weak, I act strong so that no one sees how fragile I am. Right? I guess I'm just connecting a lot of things. Do you think that there's then a sort of like a group process that happens where these things connect one thing to another? Then this becomes a maladaptive way that they interact with their society, with their peer group, with the culture around them, and then becomes more and more present.
Yes. Yes, and then these people will find each other and, yeah. To try and not feel that psychological homelessness. But the piece about contempt is really important. And I just want to pause on that because I once had a black-bodied British psychotherapist talk to me about how she felt that racism is a shame-based system of oppression. And I said, no, stop. Racism is a contempt-based system of oppression. See, racism isn't about not belonging or not fitting in. Racism is about dignity. Yeah? And with contempt, we have devaluation, we have dehumanization. And when we look at the traits of late-stage capitalism, the traits of colonialism, we see contempt, like dehumanization, and we also see envy. You have something that I want, I'm going to take it. Or this dude has something that I want, and I'm going to do what he does and more. Yeah, so that I can have what he's got. Yeah. So contempt and envy. And contempt and envy are the two traits of narcissism. Yeah. Yeah. And so you can have the same wound and two different survival strategies. Yes. Which is what you were alluding to. Yeah.
I think it's interesting. A few of us have named that, like, it can be hard to feel like, as a white man, you're welcome in a space to take space here because we're talking about certain experiences of certain groups of people. But at the same time, these dynamics are so interconnected to just the human experience, to just the trauma that so many people feel. And then it kind of hits you like, oh yeah, I felt that pain.
Okay, I'm going to riff with you. So what you just named there, the flip side of this is the narcissism. So then you have a transferential, counter-transferential loop that's at play where you have one part of society rejecting another part of society that actually is expressing the unresolved core wounds of the folks over here. Yeah?
And the phrase that's been sticking with me a bit today is sort of toxic invulnerability.
Yeah.
Because it's not gender linked. It's if it's being vulnerable is a bad thing. If being vulnerable is weakness, if showing emotionality or needing help, having any need is a weakness, a bad thing, then I'm going to push that away from myself. So then coming into a space where we're talking about something vulnerable, something intimate, and being in a position where like, no, I can remove myself. I can be someone outside of that experience is a way to like reinforce like, oh, I'm not weak. I'm not vulnerable. I don't have these same wounds or not wounds, that's wrong. These same stories, but really we do. Yeah.
Yes. Being invulnerably autonomous is a survival strategy. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Anything else related to this?
Yeah, so in training, it's one of the things that we are taught, as in when people kind of come up with these issues in the counselling room, in the therapy room, that you look at family of origin, parents, how did they relate, how do you relate? And when you just brought this up, and it made me think of a client on this, who's neurodivergent, and it has nothing to do with her parents or how they relate. Makes a lot more sense now. So, thank you.
You're very welcome. My trans and queer and non-binary friends also experience this. Yeah. So I thought I'd put up a slide about the complexities and shame of unpacking internalised whiteness. And this comes from the Asian Mental Health Collective. Oh, I'm so sorry. Was there a question from the folks online?
Oh no, we were just turning the volume up.
Oh, okay. Yes. Oh, thank you. So I'm just going to read through this list. Yeah. Yes.
What do you mean by internalised whiteness?
I love that you ask. So what happens? So an ism is an ideology that's reflected in our institutions, and it governs then how we treat each other interpersonally, and then we internalise it as the truth. Yeah. So capitalism is an ideology of private ownership that's reflected in all our institutions of banking and law enforcement and the education system, yeah, and that it impacts how we relate to each other interpersonally, and then we internalise that as a belief system. So racism is an ideology that certain white bodies are superior to all other bodies. Yeah? And we internalise the inferiority of ourselves and our ancestors. Yeah? And we internalise the superiority of whiteness. Yeah. And so at the start of today I talked about how, you know, in an Asian body I've colluded with the model minority myth because it gives me more proximity to whiteness. Yeah, and proximity to whiteness is proximity to power and access to resources. Just like how many assumed female bodies, you know, take on qualities and traits that are pleasing or appeasing or proximate to maleness in order to gain access to proximity to resources and power. Yeah. Yeah. And so adopting a name suitable to the host country. Double eyelids. This is just pertinent to the Asian diaspora experience, but I offer this so that you can land into whatever emerges for you. Double eyelid surgery, skin whitening products, hair products to curl the hair or straighten the hair. Your food smells bad, so disassociation from food and culture. Not learning your own language due to racism or due to lack of opportunities. Not celebrating cultural holidays by choice or due to racism or through lack of opportunities. We really do all look the same, so we actually start agreeing with the dominant narrative about ourselves. Disassociation from fresh off the boat, refugees and immigrants. I mean, because I'd been living in rural Australia for 2 years, I could speak English perfectly, and I saw very clearly the ways in which other people treated my friends at school who couldn't speak English or spoke English with an accent, as well as the ways in which other people treated my parents. Right, so by the time I'm a teenager, My parents are busting their nut. They are sponsoring out family members, some of whom have been living in the refugee camp for a few years. And they come out to Australia and they're in Australia for a couple of years, and I cringe every time I'm around them, right? And that's my own internalised, white supremacy inside of me. And they're speaking with accents, and they're all like, they're just so freaking Asian, right? And and it's funny, and it's not like I cringe inside now when I think about how I actually felt inside at that point in time. And then after a few years in Australia, my cousins say to me, hey, can you help us get jobs or get ahead or try and find something? And the first thing that I wanted to say to them was, you've got to learn to speak English and get rid of your accent. And I didn't say it because, but I am then enacting the role of whiteness. Yeah? Just like for within the gender binary, and we know that it's a construct that is not correct, assumed female bodies will judge other assumed female bodies based on, are you having a baby? Because, are you not going to have a baby? Oh, you're going to have a baby, you're going to go to work, or you're going to stay at home? Oh, you're going to stay at home. Well, what's going to happen to the 7 years of graduate school education that you got? Oh, you're going to go to work, oh, that poor baby at home without you, the research around 0 to 3. Right? So we're then judging and evaluating and devaluing each other based on what we have internalised in the field around us. Yeah? And so that's... So then, as more time passed, I actually got further and further away from my Vietnamese people and my Vietnamese community because I had no one to help me move through the shame and contempt of racism. And the only way to protect myself from that is to become more and more white and less associated with the people that would bring up those feelings for me. So avoiding other Asians, not making Asian friends, feeling ashamed of family members who don't speak perfect English, not wanting to appear too Asian. Refusing to date Asian partners, wishing that I was white or not Asian. Every global majority person I know living in the West has gone through a I want to be a white person phase. Yeah. And then wishing that your parents were white or less Asian or not Asian. And these are just like some. Yeah, some examples. There's more. And it's kind of, it's one of those things where we need to find our own spaces where we can talk about and work through all of the stuff that comes up around this. I never used to be able to teach this. I'd be like, I'm putting a slide here, it'll go on your notes, because I knew that as soon as I'd start talking about it, I would just start crying. Yeah. And I did that thing just then that I do when I get nervous, where I curl my lips inwards, because when I was a child, I would get bullied for having like big lips. And so when I look at people, I get anxious, I just curl my lips in. It's, yeah. And yet, I hope that at some point we get to reclaim our inherent beautifulness. And I want to repeat again that racism isn't about not belonging or not fitting in, it's about dignity. And I have had plenty of well-meaning white therapist friends who have tried to broach the topic of racism with me by sharing an example of when they were bullied or made not to feel like they belonged or fitted in. And that rage inside of me. And I didn't have the education or the words to be able to explain to them why they were just so off the mark. Yeah. Oh, I know what it's not like to not fit in. Yeah, I was bullied as a child, or I was,
But then you would have like a white therapist explain to you what racism is.
No, well, or they'll try and broach the conversation about racism with me by saying that they know what it's like to not belong and not fit in.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And I also want to offer grace for anyone who's actually said that to anyone else. Right? It's like, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When I'm reading this list and the bottom wishing your parents were white, less Asian, not Asian, for me it was the other way around. I wanted my mum to be more Indonesian because she took a Dutch passport. She completely erased kind of that part because we had to fit in. And it's just, it's the, I don't know, internal family racism. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, my heart brain is still caught on the ambiguous loss of wishing that your mother would actually be more of her Indonesian self. And what then didn't get passed on because you didn't have that experience. Yeah. And yes, I've heard that comment, especially from my biracial clients and colleagues and friends. Yeah.
Thank you for seeing me.
Yeah. Thank you for naming what you didn't get enough of. I think that's a great place to then start to move towards the video. The video. Okay, I'll give you a frame for this video. It's a 17-minute edited video, so you might want to move your chairs around. Yeah, and let's do that, and then I'll give you the frame. Yeah. Yeah, and we can break the circle if it would be easier for you to see. Yeah. So this video is for the... Yeah, there's a chair right there, Mariano. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. So I did my trauma healing journey. I studied with Bessel van der Kolk and Leisha Skye. And at some point, I become so enamoured with this particular modality that I decide to assist Bessel and Leisha. And I also now offer workshops in this modality in the world. It's like doing 10 years of therapy in an hour. Right person, right time. It's profound. Thank you. And what do you need to know? What we're doing is we're recreating your family of origin into three-dimensional space so that you can experience the missing experiences of development. Yeah? And so we put out the real family members and then we ask other people to take on the missing experience, the thing that would have made a difference for you in your family dynamics. And by separating the real and the ideal, grief can actually come up. But what happens is we move through the world conflating the real with the ideal. Yeah. It'll make more sense after you watch it. It's a group process, and yeah, I think I'll leave it there. But let's watch it through, and you can write down any questions you may have.
Hi, Linda.
Hi, Bessel.
What's on your mind today?
That piece that we did earlier with Ronan, where it's the reach, it was just, it's still latent, like it's still sticking with me, just the grief that came up around the ability to reach towards a man. That the inability to reach for my father has had an impact for me in my life.
So we can start putting him in the room, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's...
Yeah.
You choose somebody to be the father you could not reach out for.
Alex, could I ask you to be my father that I couldn't reach for?
I enroll as your father whom you couldn't reach out to.
Can we try you here, just out of arm's reach?
Absolutely. Try it out. Try it out. Yeah.
Yeah, and then get comfortable. We'll be here a while.
The witness can see how much you want to take care of your dad. Yeah, but
Yeah.
This is okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's, and then, oh yeah, it's like, could you come a little bit closer? So it's like I almost can, but I can't. Yeah. Yeah. It's like I know you're there, but I can't tell.
would it be okay for your real father to say, I'm not really here?
Let's try it on.
Why don't you say that?
I'm not really here.
And it feels so right to hear you say that, because hearing you say that means that you are here. So growing up in Australia, life was hard. We were refugees and then we became immigrants, and my parents worked a lot.
Yeah.
And so I knew that my dad loved us because he was never there.
Yeah.
It's just this feeling.
Yeah. Would it be okay for him to say, all I knew was how to provide for my family?
All I knew was how to provide for my family.
Can I have my real dad have a support person?
I was wondering about that. What sort of support person shall we give your dad? What do you think he needed? What would have helped him? Aside from the love from his daughter.
He needed elders. So when we left Vietnam,
Yeah.
we left the grandparents behind.
Uh-huh.
And so my dad and my mother, they raised us without guidance and without elders.
Yeah.
I think that would have made a difference to me.
So can you think of somebody who could play the role of an ideal elder who would have been there for your dad?
Geeta, could I ask you to be my real dad's ideal support person?
With your hands on the shoulder, if that's okay? Yeah.
I enroll as your dad's support person.
You use the word elders. Huh? You want to use the word elders here. That's important.
I enroll as your father's elder support person.
Can I ask Geeta to say more words?
What?
Can I ask the ideal elder to say more words?
Yeah, so absolutely.
I would have helped your dad to grieve the loss of our country.
I would have helped your dad to grieve the loss of our country.
And then you meeting me would not have been burdened with being the bridge of hope.
And you would not have been burdened with being the bridge of hope.
And then you wouldn't have felt the need to take care of your parents.
And then you wouldn't have felt the need to take care of your parents.
Yeah.
Clearly, I need a support person to do what my hands are doing.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Right. Would you like to? But what's the ideal person would you like to choose? Or just a support person, generic, or mom or dad?
I think it's a generic support person. I think this is the missing experience. It's not the ideal father or mother.
Yeah.
Yeah, and because I can hear and what my ideal elder is saying is landing, but I think having a support person would help those words to land better. Could I have Mariah on one side and Ronan on the other, and one can be this hand and one can be this hand, and then they can each have a hand on my back somewhere, which
It's your show.
We'll figure out.
This is your chance.
I know. It's like I can ask for what I
you can
want.
do it.
I can ask for what I want.
I enroll as your ideal female contact person.
I enroll as your ideal contact person.
I enroll as your ideal male contact person.
I enroll as your ideal male contact person.
And now she's going to arrange you.
Yeah.
Don't be spontaneous. She's going to do it for you. But it needs to come from Linda.
Okay, so there's this hand is going to be here like this, and then this hand is going to do, but wrap, yeah, like that. Could I ask Paulette if it's okay with you to be my real mother, who's also barely there?
I enroll as your real mother who is barely there.
This is weird. Can you please sit next to next to real dad? But I want can I have a barrier between the two of you? Like, yeah. Oh yeah, that's so real. Oh, that's so real. This was my map.
When you're traumatized, your mind and brain sort of live in the past. You're still living back there. And so you're always trying to fend off danger. You're afraid of what will happen to you. And it's very hard for you to just be in the present. Because those fear systems keep coming in and says, who's going to mess with me? Who's going to put me down? Who's going to shoot me? Who's going to rape me? And so, as long as you're afraid, you cannot focus on what's going on right now. And so a very important part of healing from trauma is learning to be in the present and to say, it's okay to be here. It's okay to lie in bed with you and to feel your body next to mine. Wow, I feel safe now. Huh? But when you're traumatized, that moving body goes like, oh my God, something terrible is going to happen to me. And so the challenge is to go like, oh, I feel your body and I'm here. And to not get the past to continuously misinterpret what happens to you right now. Yeah? So being in the present is really the core issue.
If I had been your ideal mother, I would have held you like this.
I would have seen you and known you.
I would have seen you and known you.
And my heart would have been open to you.
And my heart would have been open to you.
And you would have sung to me.
Would have sung for you?
Yes.
And I would have sung for you.
And I would have sung for you.
Say it with a clear voice. I would have sung for you.
I would have sung for you.
You would have sung for me.
Maybe you would still just sing for her. Can you sing for her?
Oh. We would have sung together.
That would have been so nice.
See if you can sing a little bit for her. Can you do that?
You would have mimed like the drag queen. We would have mimed.
We would have lip synced.
Lip synced.
We would have gone to drag shows and lip synced together.
This sounds really strange. Can I touch your face?
Of course.
Can we rub noses? Can you touch my face first? Okay. You can squish. Oh, that was actually enough.
Okay.
Yeah, squish, squish. Okay. Oh. I really wished we could have been silly together.
Yeah. But as your ideal mom, I'm with you.
As your ideal mom, I'm with you.
And I really wished that we could have touched and played and...
Yeah. And if I'd been your ideal mom, we would have touched and played the way we're doing that right now.
If I had been your ideal mom, we would have played and touched just like we've been doing.
The way we are right now.
The way we are right now.
And you were just working so much, both of you, that when you were at home, you were just so tired. And I had to be quiet. So that was my way of taking care of the family.
But if I'd been your ideal mom, you wouldn't have needed to stay quiet.
If I had been your ideal mom, you wouldn't have had to be quiet.
And I would have heard you and Dad screaming at each other with joy.
And you would have
Let me
heard.
say, you still haven't enrolled him as your ideal dad. You have to do a
No,
little
not
thing like
yet.
that. You have to do that, actually.
Hey, want to be my ideal dad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Be happy to enroll as your ideal dad.
And then I wouldn't have moved through the world trying to enroll every man into being my ideal dad. If I had have had an ideal dad.
If I'd been your ideal dad, you would have known what you were looking for. See that, Roman?
I'm sorry.
If I'd been your ideal dad, you would have known what to look for.
If I had been your ideal dad, you would have known what to look for.
That's really landing right now. And if you had been my ideal mum, I wouldn't have been in such a rush to get away from you.
Right. If I'd been your ideal mom, you wouldn't have been much in a rush to get away from me.
If I had been your ideal mom, you would not have been in a rush to get away from me.
The witness can see the astonishment on your face as you look at an ideal dad.
And if my parents had an ideal elder, and if I had my very own ideal elder, I wouldn't have been in such a rush to give away my Vietnameseness.
That's big. Just take it in. Then we're going to start devolving, okay?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I devolve as your ideal elder.
I de-roll as your ideal elder. I'm Dali.
I'm Dali. Right. And I de-enroll as your parents' ideal ancestor. I'm Gita.
I de-enroll as your parents' ideal elder. I'm Gita.
And I de-enroll as your real mom. I'm Paulette.
I de-roll as your real mom. I'm Paulette.
And I de-roll as your real dad. I'm Alex.
I de-roll as your real dad. I'm Alex.
And I de-roll as your ideal dad. I'm Roman.
I de-roll as your ideal dad. I'm Ronan.
And you as your ideal mom. I'm Mariah.
And you roll as your ideal mom. I'm Mariah.
Yeah, Bessel considers this one of the most effective modalities that he knows for the healing of attachment, disrupted attachment and trauma. And I actually agree, for the right person at the right time. Yeah. But within this structure, you could see all the layers of the missing experiences of development within the frame of a former child refugee, which is just like my story, yeah? And so each person's psychodrama structure is different based on that person's life. The first task of grief is to come to terms with reality. Yeah. Oh, do we want to shake it off? Okay, let's do that first. So if you like, you stand up. You shake it out. Perhaps make some sounds as you shake. So this is where we get to, you can stay standing if you want, you can sit if you want as well. Yeah, the first task of grief is to come to terms with reality, and as therapists we know that most of our neuroses come from the inability to grieve, the inability to be with reality. Yeah. So there's something very piercing about putting your reality into three-dimensional space. And there's grief that emerges with that. And then when we get to experience the missing experience, that which we did not get, there's grief that emerges. If we are supported enough to take in that missing experience, otherwise it'll just like bounce off. Yeah, which is what it does in real life. You know, someone offers me something, I'm like, no. Yeah. Yeah. So, grief is the willingness to be claimed by a story bigger than the one that you wish for. Grief is a willingness to be claimed by a story bigger than the one that you wish for. And witnessing grief requires the holding of the fullness of someone's story so that you can hold the fullness of their loss. And sometimes that someone is you. So I'm just going to pause right here and we can open the floor for sharing. What emerged for you? So you can talk personally in terms of your own lived experiences. You can also ask clinically, like clinical questions as well if you'd prefer. Yes, please, Omar.
Yeah, thank you. That was extremely powerful. Watching two of my teachers do this is just a very humbling experience. I'm just wondering about two things. One, even doing this once a lifetime, I think is extremely powerful. Is there like some research about how frequent, given our caseload and insurance barriers, I don't think we can bring 7 people to support a client during a session, even one time. So I'm just wondering, with our current limitations as therapists, how can we apply this in real life when it's many times unrealistic?
Mm-hmm. So I offer this in a workshop format. I have a friend, Gus, who's a senior trainer in this technique, and he sees his clients for individual therapy and then they come together like once a week and one person gets to be the protagonist. The other way in which I do this, Omar, is there something in this space that you can see that would represent a parent? Yeah. And then I'm just going to grab... Has someone got a water bottle? I can... Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I can enroll this water bottle as your mother. And then I can enroll myself as an ideal support person for your mother, or an ideal elder, or an ideal best friend, right? Just whatever that missing experience is in your life that I could then take on that role. And then... And so we can do this in the therapy space using objects to represent people. And I also use dolls and other objects to, almost like a sand tray, so that we can put someone's life out there. But it's that missing experience, like the ideal, the reparative, that makes that difference. And I've done this for myself in a structure before where I had, it was Mariah, she's one of my good friends. She was holding I think it was a lemon. This is what we had in the space. So she was holding a lemon, but with such tenderness. Right, with such tenderness. And I was just looking back and forth between her face and the lemon, and her face and the lemon. And there was something that shifted for me because I was then able to move through the grief that arises when my mother got the thing that my family needed back then. And then what emerges is possibility. The person I could have been, right? If my mother had have had a, yes. Yeah. And so objects can be just as powerful. Yeah. So I de-enroll the water bottle. This is the water bottle, and I de-enroll myself. Yeah. And so yes, within the current medical model systems of access, we can do little bite size with our clients, and then we can bring them together. But the bite size can actually be quite poignant and enough. And anyone in here IFS trained in parts? Yeah. Trained in parts work, IFS, internal family systems, Dick Schwartz.
This is the family constellation? Is it
No, it's not the same thing. This is Dick Schwartz's model for working parts. Okay, so I've been there when Bessel and Dick have had conversations that have become quite passionate, because Dick says everyone has self-energy. So you can eventually cultivate or uncover, discover the self-energy within yourself, so you can send self-energy to your parts. And Bessel says, come on, man, some of our clients are so traumatised, they don't have access to self-energy, and the IFS model can potentially be shaming or traumatising for someone. And I've also seen this in IFS community Facebook groups where someone will say, I've been working with my therapist for 3 years and this whole self-energy thing, I just can't get there. You can give that exiled part of yourself ideal parents. Yeah. So I've often done that in structures as well, where I go off script from the original script. And we put that exiled, wounded part of self out in three-dimensional space, and then it's like I have to go off of the IFS model, and then let's give that part ideal parents who would have been able to be there for that part back then. And it doesn't necessarily need to be an exile part of self, it can also be a protector part. So the part of me that learned to be perfectionistic. Yeah, if that part had ideal parents back then that part would have been able to soften. And those strategies would have been able to soften. Yeah. It's just another way of working with this. So Pesso-Boyden system psychomotor. There are trainers here in the UK, and there's also trainings over in the US. Yeah. Yeah, please do.
I was just wondering, how long did it take you from sort of starting that inner work within yourself to then understand and realise what your ideal kind of situation or experience as a child would have been? And do you have any advice for kind of getting familiar with that, especially if there's sort of repressed memories that haven't sort of surfaced yet? Like, how do you get closer to that, to finding that, I guess?
Work with someone. Work with someone. Like, do your own trauma work. Have someone help you and guide you, and yet the missing experiences of development are just as impactful. And we're not aware because we don't get what we didn't get. Yeah, and so to just have that as a frame of development so that I can actually just hold space and grieve those losses for what I didn't get. I mean, what happens for you when you see... What happens for... Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I feel like I do have happy memories, but it's just the case that it was always kind of, I don't know if like balanced out is the right word, but it was never a permanent state. Like, it was either really good or really bad, and it kept kind of interluding between the two. So it's kind of like when things were good as well, there was always this expectation that like, oh, it will last maybe a couple of weeks and then things will get difficult again. So it was never that feeling of this is consistent and safe and reliable. So now I think sometimes when things are good in my life, even now, it's like this distrust that it might stay because eventually something else will come up or something else will go wrong, or kind of that expectation, I guess, of instability.
Thank you for naming, the reality of your internal landscape, and we sit with you in the grief that emerges.
Like I said, a lot of it's, especially early years, is like quite repressed, so it's quite hard to grieve what I don't consciously remember.
Yes, more is always revealed. Yes.
Thank you so much for sharing this moment. And I wonder if there's a way in that scene, or if one could use that same method to reclaim or re-establish or change the narrative around, let's say for you, your Vietnamese-ness. Just like, hey, I would have liked my parents to have an ideal support mechanism or a person. I would have liked my land, territory, country, flag to have a support mechanism so that I could have belonged in a different way. And did that change your sense of belonging and identity afterwards? And I say this also just, thinking about what's going on in the Middle East, and just thinking about like the amount of, and myself also, like how do I give this loss and grief itself also a support system so that I can reclaim and build a narrative that brings me peace somehow.
Yes. So it's the ongoing work of grief. It's the ongoing work of grief. I have done these structures where we've actually enrolled the rug as the country of Peru. Right, and someone just gets to sit, just to be there on their ancestral land. Right, and then we just let whatever needs to move through. Yeah. I've worked with folks of the African diaspora where we just enroll the rug as land, and then it's also then the grief of the ancestors then moves through, because there's so much of that. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. You're welcome. In terms of current issues in the world, or current genocides and wars in the world, my activist friends regularly attend communal grief ritual, because grief then allows all the anger and sadness and despair to move through so that they can continue to act from a place of love. Yeah. And I first got exposed to communal grief ritual through my environmental activist friends. Because back in the 80s and 90s, environmental activism had a lot of charge. There was a lot of that charge of anger. Yeah, and over the years, or over the decades, my environmental activists have started bringing in grief rituals so that they have somewhere where they can go to move all of that sacred outrage through and all of that grief through, so that they can then operate from a place of love. And for me, in terms of my non-negotiable self-care, I attend communal grief ritual every 2 to 3 months. Because grief is the great metabolizer. Yes.
I mean, it's funny that you say that, because my work is around climate grief.
Yes.
Because just like with any other, just like what you were saying about grief, we tend to freeze. So I used to have an anxious, avoidant relationship with climate. So I'll hear a number, or I read the news, and then I'll be like, panic, and then just, okay, I'm going to put it somewhere here. And now my work, I'm an artist, and my work surrounds around ritual so that we can all gather around climate grief and move that around. So thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So thanks for sharing all of that experience, and I keep thinking how your approach here is so intimate somehow, sharing your story, and how this is such a treasure, how it is impactful to have access to all of that, because clearly that makes a difference in how we interact with all of that, all the vulnerability. But my question is, coming from a reality where the trauma made everyone like not talking about it or not feeling it, and being the first generation or the first person who was willing to do that work and use your own story as an important part of it, and sharing in such a, I mean, I can't even imagine all the places that you were able to share your story until now. How it was for you to start feeling that possibility as something that was liberating you, you know, considering that that was not what they told you to do, or this maybe was something that could be a threat, sharing, you know, all the reality of discovering how that could be healing, how it was to discover that in your own experience and understanding the magnitude of that. I mean, how that can actually change and make a difference instead of shutting down and not talking about it. You know, just this, not being the person just saying theoretically how you should do it, but sharing your vulnerabilities as well.
It's a process. Yeah, it's a process. So I started by learning about trauma, reading it in books. Yeah, I got as far as what I could get by reading, and then I started doing trainings. And in the trainings, I would use those spaces to engage in my own healing work. And then I started to read history books, because I had made the assumption that my parents actually could tell a story about what they'd been through and tell the context of what Vietnam had been through. Right, so I went and read history books about the history of Vietnam, so that when my parents would say things, I would have a context within which to place it. I then started to read about other people's stories, so that I could have ideas of what my parents might have possibly been through. Yeah. And every now and then I started to become gifted with more of my parents' stories over time. I used the techniques of narrative exposure therapy to obtain my parents' stories. So narrative exposure therapy is a therapy technique that's used in refugee camps to solicit testimonials that then get presented to the War Crimes Tribunal at The Hague. And I happened to be at a training where it was about refugee mental health, specifically for people who were going through the lived experience of it. And I learned about narrative exposure therapy, and I just sat there and I thought, I wonder if I could use that to get my parents' story, even though it's like 30 years later. And the trainer said yes. Like, yes, because we're all storytellers. And narrative exposure therapy is like, let's talk about something positive, and then maybe let's talk about something not so pleasant. And then let's go back to talk about something pleasant. Yeah? And so it's similar to somatic experiencing, we're just pendulating back and forth between nervous system states that then builds capacity and builds relational capacity. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. I wasn't sure if I answered your question.
Yeah, it resonates because I'm a clinical psychologist, but also the book that I wrote, it is a lot about grief and the legacy of women because of my grief with my mother passing 11 years ago. So I had to write about it. And this became sometimes this blockage around, I'm sharing too much. How would we share all of those parts of me and people reading that? And the process of writing was really intense because of that. And I just could finish it when I realized that I needed that to continue to be authentic. So every space or every reality that cannot deal with that, that's okay. I will find another one that can. So I know that the process continues to happen, and each time we need to think about something else and how we continue. You know, and I'm really at this moment, before sharing with everyone, at this moment just a few people have read it, and still in that, almost there, showing everyone, you know, and giving space to that. So sometimes it's quite overwhelming, considering that all of those stories were shutting down or were silenced, and I'm opening this space to talk about it. So this narrative exposure is really something that resonates with me now, because it gives me more strength to do what I need to do, you know. So that's why this dynamic of how to explain about something that is really difficult, and showing your vulnerabilities, but at the same time sharing so much wisdom with that, really gives me some clarity at this process. So thank you.
Yeah, it's a very colonizer approach to psychotherapy, where we say don't self-disclose. Take yourself out of the process. It's all about the client. And it's like, no. Oh, we've got an online question, Lizzie.
Now it's just broken my computer.
Yes.
Let me come back to you.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
I think on that note, at the very beginning you spoke that you know what it's like to see your life as a slideshow. And then it's a very colonizer approach to say that we're taking ourselves out of it. It's very reductionist to play into that whiteness culture and hold that as a hierarchy. And so how do white, male, middle-class, non-immigrant therapists work with clients in a way that feels holding and caring without being prescriptive or diminishing?
Mm-hmm. I would take down every single certificate and licensure certificate that's on in a picture frame on your wall. I would, in your Zoom screen, I would take out every single bookshelf book thing that's behind you, put plants behind you. Yeah. Yeah.
I guess in watching your experience, something that struck me was, well, first of all, obviously all of those people do not look like your parents, your ideal parents. And the other part that came to me was how playful it was and the creative process of it, and bringing together those different kind of worlds. And it reminded me of something that happens a lot in theraplay, where children will use dolls to pretend to be whatever traumatic experience they had, or to play out what they wish they had, or something like that. And I think I always go back to the framework that really I'm there to hold space and to help guide rather than to lead, right? Is there if you could tell all the white male therapists in the world one thing to stick in their brain before they go into the room with a client, to put it in there, what would you say?
I don't know. Like, that's the mantra. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, that's the mantra, I don't know. And I'd also recommend that every therapist in their office space have a chair that's on wheels, or a stool that's on wheels. Because what I often do with we have like chairs in the space, and we don't sit behind desks. I don't sit behind desks. And then when there's that moment where just the fact that you sit opposite each other, yeah. Yeah, like, Yeah, like opposite of, but that in and of itself is part of the expectation. But I have a stool that's on wheels that is like my coffee table, or where I put my brain spotting stuff, or, other things. But I'll oftentimes then sit on the stool and wheel it around, and then I'm sitting next to you. Yeah. And I'll also do that with the Zoom screen. Like I'll put the laptop on the floor and you see my feet and my hands, and we're sitting next to each other. Yeah. Yes. Thank you.
But Mandy Home also said, I broke down watching this as the experience resonates so much to my own. Thank you for sharing it. And then she's asked this question.
I would be keen to understand if there is any research on the effects this has on the supporting people reenacting the environments. I don't know. But I've got lots of anecdotal evidence. Like I wear a biometric device that measures my heart rate variability, and HRV is a diagnostic indicator of PTSD. And I led one of these retreats last weekend, and one of the folks said that they looked at their device and their HRV was 65. Right, and it's usually sort of between 20 and 40. Yeah, so that moving that grief through, and the robustness of having other nervous systems be able to be there to co-regulate a space so that their grief and terror could move through, has then resulted in HRV becoming more robust. I lead these retreats and I include intramuscular ketamine as a week-long experience. And I had someone who is also a data geek and showed me his 6-month data. And so April, his HRV is 40, and then it busts up to 55, and it's pretty much stayed 55 ever since then. Yeah, so no data. And then in terms of the support people, like we often focus on the protagonist, like that's where you get the work, that's where you get the joy, that's where the catharsis happens. But there's also a lot of insight and grief and integration that happens as a witness and also as a role player. Yeah.
Instead of vicarious trauma, it's vicarious healing.
Yes, vicarious healing, yes. No, but there's stuff from our own lived experiences that gets evoked that can then, when talked about, begin to move through. So what happens after we do one of these psychodrama structures is people will then circle up, and each person gets to speak about what got evoked from their own lived experience as a result of watching someone's work. Right, like I also had a dad who worked all the time. Whatever that thread is. Yeah, and in that way, it becomes a group process rather than everything being focused on the individual. Yeah, Devi, do you want to share?
Sorry?
Would you like to share?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes, I will.
Yeah.
Hi. Ooh. Okay, so if you weren't here this morning, I'm Debbie, and I live in the United States, in Texas, and I recently did a BIPOC psychodrama structure in California with Linda, and I can say that as the witnesser, as someone who enrolled in both ideal and actual roles for the individual, the protagonist, and doing my own structure, that it was all incredibly transformative. It brought up things for all of us, not that I'll go into detail, but that we didn't know we had inside of us. Those of us that have done a tremendous amount of work, and I recall Linda saying, some of you came pregnant, some of you came just ready to release, and I feel like I was one of those people that just had things at the surface, and 10 years of therapy in an hour, I think, yes, I think that's an accurate statement. It's an accurate assessment for the psychodrama structures, and especially the way that you facilitate them. There's a real humanness to the way that I see you show up, and then the authentic way that you show up and how that's facilitated in the group. So it blew my mind. The work blew my mind. And I am changed for it still. And it can, I was just with people that I've spent a lot of time with in the UK, having taught here for a long time. And I could see just how different I am from doing that structure, which I think was less than 2 months ago. It was maybe 5 weeks ago. And it just continues to unfold. So I highly recommend doing this work. And I wasn't going to go into too much more detail as far as...
It's okay, Debbie. Sorry, it was...
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I did something. I did the one with the puppets. So it was just the therapist and myself, and then we had like Lego figures. And what really struck me, also, 5 years of therapy, and thought that I was nearly there, and obviously not. But what really struck me is that there's the puppet or the person in front of you might not be physically your dad or your mom, but there's so much around the masculine and the feminine that is represented there, not only by your mom and dad, but there's like your sense of authority, your willingness to receive. There's just so much that gets unpacked in those sessions, because it's not just, oh, I'm restructured, or like I'm healing my relationship with my mom. It's like I'm really healing my relationship to everything that she represents for me. And then, yeah, for instance, with my dad, it was also like the like nation state, and for me, all these flags and passports, and I was like done with it. And these rules and authority, it was so much represented by the masculine and my dad, and also my grief about my own country in war, and that I was able to see all the multifaceted, dimension of the masculine and what my dad actually represented, and how I was able to start that conversation the way that I wanted it, or the way that I wish it would have been, with both the masculine and the feminine. So I also attest to sort of like the depth behind something as playful and creative as like role play, right? And the impact that it can have for the person, like, yeah, the protagonist, but also the people representing someone else. Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, yeah.
It's just a small request, which I think I might have made before, but being in a BIPOC group was really profound. And I think I mentioned that having been othered my whole life, I would love for you to do one for people of mixed...
biracial heritage.
Yes, biracial heritage, where you grew up in multiple culture, and... because I just think that could be a really significant bag to open up and unpack. So,
I got your number, like literally and metaphorically.
Hi everyone. Hi. I literally came to the final session. My name's Sophia. I really didn't know what to expect. It wasn't this, but I'm really glad I came. I am a mixed person. I'm mixed Vietnamese. Linda knows this. I met Linda yesterday. And there is so much of what I saw in that I wished that my father could have gone through, and I know that he won't. I know there's no chance he will ever sit in that room. And then as I've been hearing everyone else speak, I'm like, at first I was thinking, oh, what can I do to get those narrative tendencies so I could maybe try techniques of therapy with him and Trojan horse it and maybe not realize that that's what I was doing. And then I thought, actually, where does that desire in me come to fix everything? Which is very much something I have inherited because my father, we're being recorded, aren't we? I have felt like I've inherited the stick of taking on the Vietnameseness by my grandparents. And it is a stick that I'm very honored to hold, but I also do not feel I deserve to hold. And also the stick beats me up a lot as well. And sometimes I find, like we lost somebody very recently who was very close to us about 2 weeks ago. And he is like a grandfather figure, right? So he helped volunteer and he helped bring a lot of families over from Vietnam to the UK and was very much like a huge figure in my life via my ex. I didn't really expect to be saying all this stuff. Basically, what happened was he passed away, and then our generation, like our second gen, mixed and like Vietnamese, like British-born Vietnamese people, we were all really pissed at various different people within the community or the families that we felt should have been there, should have showed up and weren't there. And like to the point where it was like, oh my God, I can't believe cousin A isn't coming, how dare they? And then I'm sitting there thinking, yeah, I'm pissed too, but also did any of us inform cousin A that that this person was passing away? And then you go further back and you're like, this is so... I have now inherited that fear of like knowing how to ask for help, knowing when I need help and how to ask for it. And it all came out just because I was thinking, oh, I wish my parents could have gone through therapy in that way. And now I don't know where to place that because it almost feels very individualistic to say, oh, well, I'm only responsible for what I can be responsible for. When our families are so, especially when they are othered originally and minoritized in the countries they're living in, and then you place on hierarchical structure within like Vietnamese communities in itself, I don't understand how it's possible to be individual in my own healing without factoring that generation side too. And I don't know where that comes.
I'll speak from my own lived experience, and I also have friends in this work where the more that we've each done our own work, the more I let my parents off the hook from being the ideal parents that they were never going to be able to be. And so I can just be with them as they are. Yeah, because I've already filled my bucket with the ideal parent, and then my parents can just be however they are, and then in that space there was a flourishing that actually then emerged. Yeah. And I'm very grateful for that. And so that... And for a long time I lived with the desire for my parents to not be how they are. And the more I did my own work, the more that I just became happier. And the more happier I became, the more my parents actually chilled out, because all they ever wanted was for me to be happy. And then the more of my own grief work I did, the more I could then just, just let them be them.
Because even when you say that, I find myself getting like really defensive of them, and I'm like, they're fantastic people, I love them, they're great, but I just don't know how to, you know, when someone's like, oh, I haven't been broken by the war, like, or this, that, or the other. I'm just generalizing here, but how do you have a responsibility there? Like, is there a...
You can't do someone else's healing work, you can do your own. And it's actually profoundly amazing that when we do our own, that things kind of shift.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Also not a therapist, so.
Yes.
Just kind of on that topic, kind of, I guess. Like, this was a couple of weeks ago, maybe, so it still might be a little raw. But so my partner's from Sheffield, so he went up for a weekend. So then I was back in like the family home for the first time in a while, and it was just like the four of us, my parents, and like me and my sister. And it was really interesting because I felt like that whole weekend I was on a completely different sort of frequency or wavelength to them. Just like noticing, like being there, definitely my own nervous system was a bit more sort of hyper aware and conscious of theirs, but then also kind of noticing the fact that like I feel like, alhamdulillah, like thank God, like me and my partner, we've kind of really sort of created this alternative path for like future kids and hopefully things like that. So it's like, but then to see them stuck in that state still, like frozen, and kind of not really even know what it's like, what it can be like to feel free from that. And then my mum particularly, she's at the moment finishing up her PhD, so she's like really stressed and anxious about that. And she, just with my grandma's health as well, there's been quite a lot on her plate, and she definitely kind of feels that trope of like putting her own needs last and things like that, and that's been inherited, so on and so forth. But in that moment, kind of seeing her so kind of, like I could just see she felt so unsafe and everything was just like getting to her. And I kind of was in this kind of weird state of like not letting her being like that trigger me and kind of keeping a bit of a boundary and distance. But then like I went to bed and I kind of, before I go to sleep, I try and like just put my head down in like the sujood, which is when you pray in Islam, when you put your head down. And kind of as I had my head down, this sort of thought popped in where it was like, I know exactly what that feels like to kind of be unsafe, and like in your whole body everything just feels like a threat and you can't. And in that moment I was like, I know exactly what she needs. She just needs like a hug and to just be held and to be made to feel like she's safe and she's not alone in that feeling. So then I went, and she was working in the kitchen, so I went and just gave her a hug and like held her, and then she started sobbing, and then I started sobbing, and it kind of, but I had to, so in a way it's like becoming the ideal parent that I never got for her because she never had it either. So then it just reinforced, and it was a very healing process doing that. And then it just reinforced that, like the more I actually prioritize and work on myself and being able to offer that, then the more it like creates space to slowly, gradually help them start to heal from that as well and find that kind of internal peace and safety, hopefully, one stage at a time. So it's really... Can I respond? Of course. It's okay?
We've got 2 minutes, so is it okay if you continue the conversation? Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. I just want to, because it's 5:30. Look, I put up a slide that says that healing is a journey. 1975 was the fall of Saigon, and it took my people decades to begin to heal and to name our stories and own our stories and share our stories out into the world. And this is where, I invite you to find the resources that would be helpful for you, because these stories do exist today. And this is what I share with my clients who are of diasporic identities, is that we can actually leverage off of and engage with the resources or the books, the stories, the narratives that are out there that have been created by others who are also just like us. Yeah? And in this way, we can then begin to forge a path forward, knowing that for the recent waves of refuge seekers, it'll take another couple of decades, and it's okay. Yeah? And for those who are currently like looking to do their own work, it's like, yes, there are other people who are also storytellers. Our stories are being told. Yeah? And so we can tap into vicarious healing, vicarious hope. And so with that said, I thank you. I thank you. You're welcome to stay in touch in the ways that feel okay with you. I do have a website. I send out a monthly newsletter. There's a musing section of the website where I just share little stories about what it's like to be me. Yeah. Oh, do you want to sing to finish with?
But also, like, just generally, like, as in, do you ever want to sing along with Linda? I don't know. Otherwise, would you, or like, would you have like a Spotify playlist of like Linda singing?
No, there isn't a sing along with Linda.
A lullaby along with Linda.
Not yet. You're so welcome. You're so welcome. And I'll see you all tomorrow for the opening keynote, if you can make it. Yeah.